of every web page and see on the internet, from headings and paragraphs to tables, lists, links, images, and forms. That is exactly what today's session is about. Hello everyone and welcome back to Simplilearn. In this video, we will explore the fundamentals of HTML and understand how websites are structured from the ground up. HTML is the backbone of every web page, and if you want to build strong web development skills, this is the perfect place to start. In today's session, we will cover the basic HTML document structure, heading tags, text formatting tags, tables, lists, links, image handling, and introduction to form elements. We will also see how these concepts are used in real examples so that you can understand not just the syntax but also the purpose behind each tag. This topic is especially important because HTML is the first step towards learning front-end development, automating testing, and also modern web technologies. Once you understand HTML properly, it becomes much easier to learn CSS, JavaScript, and advanced frameworks. By the end of this video, you will know how to create a simple HTML page, how to organize content correctly, and also how different tags work together to build a complete web page. Also, just a quick information, if you're interested in building a successful career in full stack development, don't forget to check out the AI-powered full stack developer program. This course is designed for aspiring developers and professionals who want to master the MERN stack while leveraging the latest generative AI tools such as ChatGPT, GitHub, Copilot, Amazon Code Whisper, and Hugging Face to enhance coding, testing, and deployment workflows. You'll gain hands-on experience through 60+ practical projects and exercises, including industry-relevant capstone projects, while learning to build scalable, secure, and modern web applications from scratch. The program also includes 100+ hours of live online training led by industry experts covering front-end development, back-end development, database management, APIs, cloud development, and AI-powered software testing. In addition, you will receive Microsoft Learn Access along with official Microsoft course completion certificate and transcripts. With AI-powered resume building, LinkedIn profile optimization, mock interviews, and Simplilearn's Job Assist program, you'll have the support needed to confidently pursue full-stack developer opportunities in today's competitive job market. Hurry up and enroll now. The link is given in the description box below and in the pinned comments. Now, before we move ahead, here's a quick question for you to answer. Which HTML tag is used to define a table row? Is it TH, TD, TR, or is it TBody? Comment your answers below. Let's get started.
So we'll be starting with Agile, Git. Did you all get this plan? Do you know about this plan? Do you know about the courses assigned to you all? So the plan is to cover all the basics. Okay. So first plan is to cover the Agile, Git, MySQL. Okay. And then we'll be covering HTML, basics of HTML, then basics of CSS. Okay. So I will be got to know. Yes. So I will be teaching all this JavaScript. Okay. And then Cypress. Okay, so all these things we have to say. There are a lot of things here. Okay, so we will be touch basing some basic aspects. Okay, and the necessary aspects for you to be somewhere you want to be an automation developer, right? So for an automation developer to get, I know that you all are here to get to a level where you can comfortably get selected in automation interviews, right? To get a role into some project where you can be an automation asset developer, QA engineer, right? There are some people who are already have worked some real-time projects also, right? Who wants to get more knowledge into these fields, right? And there are some learners who have already some kind of experience and they want more experience, right? So majority I have no experience. So considering that, I will be starting all from the scratch as what the Bhumika have told, right? So going forward, the path will be to cover Agile, Git, MySQL, okay, basics of HTML, CSS, okay, and then we will be covering Cypress. Okay, so this is for the phase 1. Phase 2 will be starting with Java, Selenium, and all those things. So this is a plan for the phase 1, and I think in the last weekend we will be doing the project. Okay, I will be giving you the project and you have to do the project, as that's what the Bhumika told. On what will be the project and project details I will be discussing with her maybe tomorrow. Okay, so today we are going to start with this Agile, and this is the course. Okay, planning and automation, 80 phase planning and automation. Do you all have this course? I hope everybody have got Simplilearn. All of you are on this LMS. Are you all on this LMS portal? Okay, we have, yes, if you are there on this LMS portal. Okay, so if you are on this portal, I would expect you guys to open this one, phase 1. Okay. So since many of you are beginners, right, I would expect you to. So this is the course, and in this we're going to click on continue learning. Okay. So here I'm going to show you where from where you're going to extract all the books. Okay, I mean the content to read. Right. So here you have to go and download all these ebooks. Ebooks are there, right? And you can download this lab guide also. There is a download icon, right? And download these practices also. Okay. So download these three things. Okay. So take a minute or two and please download all these materials. Practices are not visible to you. Okay, it should be visible to you. Okay, practices, because these are the things from where I have taken all the PPT and stuff. Okay, and that is what I will be referencing, and from there only I will be teaching you. Okay, and this is the lab guide. All the lab things we'll be doing from here only. For Agile, we do not need to do the lab. Okay, but I will be showcasing you few things on the Jira and all directly. That's different. Practice option, assisted practices. Okay. The practice should be visible, and these options should be visible to you. If it is not, then please check with. Okay, it says automation testing fundamentals. Okay, automation testing fundamentals. Okay, so you can contact Bhumika after the session for that. Okay, as of now, please open the ebooks. In the ebooks, you will get the first ebook of Introduction to Agile. Okay, you'll get that. You can click on that. Okay, so we are going to start from there. Introduction to Agile. Please click on that. There is trainer PPT also. Okay, phase and projects once again. We are going to start with. Okay, I'm just going to open the PPT only. I have the downloaded the yeah, ebooks. Just let me download the ebooks. So I have the PPT, but I prefer ebooks. So I'm just downloading ebooks. Just 1 minute. Okay, I'm just opening that now. It got downloaded. You can unzip it, and in that you have to open the first one. Okay. So we are going to start with Agile, Introduction to Agile, right? So you have to open this. So I have opted for the PDF, not the PPT. Okay. So we are going to first start with the Agile. Okay. So basically, this is all about SDLC. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So now, if you go to any project in any company, right, they will be having some sort of development model which they will be following to develop the project, right? So basically, there are different types of SDLC. Now I'm going to talk about SDLC first. So even before I talk about Agile, there is something called a software development life cycle, right? So any software, right, which develops in any company. So here there are many beginners in this room, right? So I'm setting the context before I start into Agile and all. So suppose tomorrow if you are selected, right, and if you go and work in any company, suppose you're working for ABC project, okay, then how does that project works? Definitely that project is developing some sort of application, right? Then you might be wondering, how do they develop? What is the phases in which a software develops, right? So the way a software development happens in any company, right? So that is called as software development life cycle. Okay, so just like how we the human beings are born, okay, and then we are born as an infant, then we became small child, right, and then we become teenagers, and then we became mid age 40s, then we become 60s, finally we become very old and we die someday, right? So that is the life cycle of human beings. Similarly, a software also goes through different phases. In one day nothing have got developed, right? If you see so many applications around it, right? Okay, so what happens is that a software, any software, let us for example you say Spotify, right? Spotify was developed over a phase of time, okay, through some phases. So any software which is still getting developed in any company, it gets developed through some phases. So what are those phases? Let me talk about. Okay, so first phase is a requirement gathering. So requirement gathering, in that requirement gathering, what happens? In requirement gathering phase, the BA, the business analyst, will be gathering the requirements. Okay, after that, once the requirements are gathered, everything is confirmed, then the system design will happen for that, and that is usually done by the system architect. Okay, then after that, the developers will do the high level design and low level design. So these are some other documents which are created by the developers. Okay, so these are the phases. Okay, directly you will not start coding. So before coding, all these things have to be done. Then the developer will start implementation once these high level design and low level design documents are done. Okay. And then after that, implementation starts. And once the coding is done, then the testing will start where you people will come into picture, right? So then after testing, once the testing is done, the QA will say that we have tested everything, everything looks good. Then they make a decision. They means the entire engineering team makes a decision that now we are in a confident position to ship this software to the outside world, right? Like how every year in September, iPhone releases its new product, right? So that is called as deployment. Okay, it is called as deployment phase. So these are the phases in which a software development happens. Yeah, you can say launch. Okay, so these are the phases. I see in 4 hours. Okay, very difficult to cover everything. So what I'm trying to do is that I'm trying to be as very choosy about what I'm going to teach you. So we'll keep it very short and crisp. Okay, and we will try to focus on these PPTs. Okay, so Agile is one type of SDLC model. There are different types of SDLC model. If you ask me to talk about SDLC model, I can talk about it for an hour or two. Okay, but in this course of yours, they have specifically focused Agile because now 99.99 projects across the world, IT projects are using Agile SDLC model. And why Agile? Because Agile means being adaptable, right? So it brings adaptability into its approach. Okay, so we'll see how does it do. Okay, so now let's get started. So Agile is a type of SDLC model. It's one way of software development. Okay. So John has decided to choose Agile methodology for his automation testing projects. So to complete his project, he has to learn the Agile methodologies to comprise a series of frameworks. So Agile methodology is a way of project management and software development. Okay. And it consists of series of frameworks. Okay. So there are a lot of frameworks which implements Agile. Okay. In Agile, what happens? We develop the product in increments. Increment means, suppose now, tomorrow, if I ask you to develop a login application, okay? So what will you do? Will you do, will you develop everything at a time and give it to me? No. So what you are going to do? So suppose for the first 2 weeks, you are going to develop the home page, login page. Next 2 weeks, you are going to develop the home page, right? So like that, if you're going to develop something like that, right? Login page, then after that, you're going to develop home page, okay? In the first 2 weeks, if you're going to develop the login page, next 2 weeks, you're going to develop the home page, right? If the development happens like that, develop means both development and testing. Okay, you're developing this functionality of login page, and next 2 weeks you're developing and testing home page, right? Like that, if you keep on developing and testing, you are actually implementing one feature in certain period of time, right? In certain iterations, that way of development is called as agile. Okay, you are developing something in increments instead of developing the entire thing at a time. You are developing in increments. Okay, so this is one advantage here. Why? Because if in every iteration, suppose now you're developing the login page, okay, in 2 weeks, okay, because that is the that is how the development happens in agile. Okay, you're going to develop in increments. So at a time, you're not going to say to the customer that, hey, you come after 6 months, and after 6 months you're going to see my product. Not like that. Okay, so here you create a roadmap. You tell the customer that in first 2 weeks I'll do login, next 2 weeks I'll do homepage, after that I'll create the search functionality, next add to cart. Okay, and after every 2 weeks you will showcase that to the customer that we have done this. Okay, so this kind of actually development brings customer feedback. Okay, if you have not done something what the customer likes, he can give some suggestions which you can incorporate in the next sprint. So there is a lot of flexibility in terms of incorporating customer suggestions, right? So that is why this is agile. Okay, and there are a lot of frameworks which implement this agile methodology. Okay, like there is Scrum, one of the very famous framework. Okay, Scrum framework is there. Safe is there. Scaled Agile framework. Okay, Kanban, extreme programming, all these are there. Okay, so John have to work on a project where he have to learn the Agile methodologies. Okay, because he's working on such project which is using Agile. Okay, so for that he have to learn few concepts which he'll be learning in this lesson. Okay? So by the end of this lesson, you will be able to describe, agile methodology, okay, and comprehend agile testing methodology, classify waterfall and agile approaches, describe Scrum roles. As I told you, Scrum is one type of agile framework, right? Practices and estimation. Okay, now what is agile methodology? So as I told, what is agile methodology, right? So in agile, I told you, right? It is the development of the product happens in iterations, in increments. Okay, so it is a practice that encourages continuous development and testing throughout the project software development life cycle. Okay, so both development and testing operations are concurrent under the agile testing, right? So here what happens? You do the work in sprints, right? So this is for 2 weeks, you develop something and you deliver, right? Next 2 weeks, you develop something and you deliver. Okay. So here the development and testing will happen in parallel. Okay. So this is both is happening in parallel. Okay. So this is what it means. Then only you are delivering a feature, right? Okay. Now the methodology process includes these are the high level things. Evaluation of the process and current structure of the company. Okay, so this methodology process, agile methodology process includes all of these things. Okay, so this is the entire thing which it includes. Suggestions for the improvements and process. Okay, so any agile process, agile methodology, right? Nobody is going to implement it directly. You have to evaluate the process, whatever the process is happening in the company and the structure of the company, they have to take into considerations, right? Suggestions for improvements and process optimizations. Okay, application design together with the client. Okay, application construction and implementation and evaluation and monitoring. So this methodology process includes all of these things. So there is a lot of scope for improvement, process optimization. Okay, and there is a lot of collaboration and all these things which happen. So I will tell you how these things happens. When you will go through all the other slides, you will understand. Okay, agile testing methodology. So automation, that is agile testing in software development, is a test automation methodology used in agile process. The goal of agile automation testing. So what is automation, right? Automation means we are going to automate something which we are going to do manually, right? And why do we do that? Why do we automate? We do automate to get faster feedback, right? So something which we are going to do manually, right, will take ages, right, to do. Suppose now there are a lot of test cases which you need to execute. So if you do the execution for manually, it will take a lot of time. And for you to give the feedback to the developer, it will take time. But if you have automation, automated test cases, right, you will run them and within 1 hour you can give the feedback to him. Based on that results, you can take a decision whether you're going to release it or you're not going to release that software into the outside market or not, right? So the goal of agile automation testing is to improve the effectiveness and efficiency of the software. Okay. Then these are the manifesto. Okay. So this manifesto is also available on the internet here. Okay. If you go to the internet, okay, and if you type agile manifesto, okay. So a group of 4 developers came together, I think in the year 2017 or something like that. Let us see. But the story is already written here. Okay. So you can see here. So these are the manifesto for the agile software development. Okay, I hope you can see the screen, right? So this is the manifesto, okay, for the agile. Individuals and interactions are prioritized over processes and tools. Okay, in agile, these we believe that more focus should be given to the peoples and the interactions between them over the processes and tools. Okay, working software over comprehensive documentation. Okay, so it's all prioritized. Left hand side is prioritized more over the right hand side. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation and responding to change over following a plan. Right. So this you will see. You'll understand through when you will understand the Scrum. Okay, so Scrum is one framework, as I told, that every sprint, right? In every 2 weeks, you are developing something, correct? And in every 2 weeks, you are going to get the feedback from the customer, right? So there you're getting working software and customer is collaborating also every 2 weeks, right? And if the customer is saying that this thing they don't like in that 2 weeks, they are not liking this particular thing, whatever the developer have made, then they can change that in the next sprint or in the next upcoming week, right? That is responding to change. Okay. So this is manifesto. Same thing is here in the slide. Okay. Written in a little bit different way, but same thing. If you want this, I can send you this link. There are some 12 principles also. If you're interested, you can see this. These are those developers, some 17 developers. Okay. There are some 12 principles of agile software also. If you want, you can have a look at it. So this is actually not a very, this agile is very theoretical. So I'm using this PDF. Other topics we will be directly using hands-on. So we will be using directly, I will be using my run books and I will be teaching through the lab. Okay. So it will be very interesting. Other topics. This will be little theoretical today. So I'll be using PDF. Other topics we'll be doing directly on the lab. And I'll be having my own Word doc where I'll be writing and teaching you. Okay, we might not be using all these PDFs much. Okay, you can use it to refer at the end of the class, right? This is very theoretical, right? I cannot, just show you through lab all these things, right? So now there is something called as okay, yeah. Where is it? Yeah, yeah. Agile methodology, right? Agile project management techniques involves iterative communication and iterative development. I told you, right? Iterative development. Just now I told you, I think she just asked me, right? So we develop the software in iterations. Okay. So first sprint, I developed what? Login page. Second, I'm talking about e-commerce application. Suppose e-commerce application I'm developing, right? And the plan is to develop something in iteration. Then first sprint, I developed login. Second sprint, I developed homepage. Third sprint, I developed the add to cart, right? Like that. So every sprint means every 2 weeks, I'm developing something, and that is iterative development. Okay. So agile project management is based on an idea that a project can be improved continually throughout its cycle, and changes can be made swiftly and appropriately. Okay. So this is what it is. So this is a brief. Agile project management is amongst the most widely used method because of its what adaptability. I told you, right? It's the flexibility and emphasis on the client feedback, right? So I told you, right? Suppose now after every 2 weeks, you will give a demo to the customer and told everybody that what you have developed, and if there are any changes required, right? You will do the changes in the next sprint. So this brings a lot of adaptability, flexibility, and emphasis. Here the customer is the god, right? Whatever customer will say, we'll do. Now let's talk about differences between waterfall and agile approaches. Now, what is waterfall? What does the waterfall looks like? Like this. Okay. So in waterfall model, what used to happen? Okay. We used to follow all the phases, like requirement gathering phase, right? What all I told? These phases were there. Requirement gathering, correct? So requirement gathering was there, and system design will be there, right? And then your HLD, LLD, everything was there, okay? And but these phases will be happening sequentially, okay? In requirement in the waterfall approach, okay? And you cannot go back to the previous. So this is a waterfall model. It looks like how water falls from a staircase like that or from waterfall, right? Here, all the phases are there. You can see development, requirement gathering, design, development, testing, then deployment, and maintenance. Okay. But here, the drawback is that you cannot go from one phase to another phase back. There is only one movement which is from up to down. Okay. So the problem here is that if you realize that in testing phase, there is some requirement which is wrong. Okay. You cannot go back to the requirement document and make changes. Okay. You have to complete all this cycle and then only you can go back. Okay. That is why we can use it only for simple projects where requirements are simple and stable. We cannot use it for those kind of requirements where requirements are fastly evolving and customer is fastly changing the requirements. We cannot go back because that's the nature of this model, Abhishek. That's how this model is designed, right? By virtue of its design. Okay? Every model will have its own design, right? So this is the design of this model. We cannot go back. And you see the arrows pointing down only, right? So this is the waterfall model. So this model is good for small projects where requirements are stable and not changing, right? But now we don't have projects like that existing in current world, correct? Nowadays the projects are like tomorrow if okay Zomato is bringing this change, then Swiggy will say that I'll bring this change, right? Today, if this if this car is bringing this change, maybe in another 1.5 months, you can see that some other car is coming on the market with some other change which is better than this change, right? So there is a brutal competition between the competitors and the competitors in the market, right? And if they don't change, the business will not grow. So this waterfall model is no more existent. When I started my career way back in 2007, I have worked on few models which were using waterfall model and V model approaches. Now there are no more waterfall and V model. Now coming back to slide, the differences. Okay, so the project development life cycle is split into sprints. Okay, here it is divided into segments. Takes a step-by-step method. Waterfall technique is a method of sequential design. Okay, Agile technique is well known for its adaptability. Right, so as I told you that after every 2 weeks you can take the feedback from the customer. Okay, and you can take the changes also from the customer, and it's very flexible and agile. On the other hand, waterfall, is structured, sequential, right, flow. It is very rigid. Rigid means anything happens in between, I told, right, it cannot change. You have to go all the way down, right? Next one, agile can be thought of as a collection of many projects, right? So here, why collection of many projects? Because you're developing in iterations, and every iteration is like a mini working software, right? So that is why. Next, agile is very adaptable strategy that allows for change in project development requirements after the original planning has been accomplished. Once the project development begins, there is no vidya. So agile brings adaptability, right? There is a flexibility. But here there is no flexibility. That's it. Okay? So please go through this, take a minute or two. Then I'll move on to Scrum, which is a very nice, lovely framework. Okay. Please go through this, guys. Take 2 to 3 minutes. Now we are going to discuss about Scrum. Okay, so there are different frameworks which are there in Agile. Scrum is there, Kanban is there, Extreme Programming, Safe, Scaled Agile framework is there. The what is framework? Framework. What is framework? Framework is basically something which gives you some guidelines, okay, or some rules. Like for example, there is the game football, right? We call it as football because it has some rules or it has some steps to follow, right? So yeah, you are correct, Abhishek. So it will give you some kind of rules or checklist, okay? So that is framework, okay? So agile can be implemented by using multiple frameworks. Scrum is one of them. So Scrum is a methodology for addressing complex adaptive changes by producing high-value solutions in a productive and creative manner. Okay. So Scrum is neither a process or a technique for so Scrum is basically neither a process, it's not a process or technique, it's a framework, okay? But it provides a framework for from which multiple processor and technique can be used. Okay. So what is Scrum? Scrum displays the relative effectiveness of your product management and development techniques, enabling the organizations to improve. It have given some rules. that you have to do this, that, these are the different meetings, these are different roles, okay? So we'll see what are those things in the upcoming slides. Now, in a Scrum team, there are different roles. What are those roles? These are the roles. The Scrum team consists of 3 roles. These are the roles. Scrum Master, a product owner, and the team. Okay, so there is a Scrum Master. Now, who is this Scrum Master? Who is this person? Scrum Master is basically a person who is a master of the Scrum, as the name suggests. He is not a dictator person. He is not a very authoritative person. He is somebody who is a certified Scrum person from Scrum Master from Scrum Alliance. You can go to the Scrum Alliance website, okay, and see who is he, okay. He is not just a facilitator, actually. He is more than that, okay. He makes sure that the team is following the agile best practices. He makes sure that the team is following the Scrum processes, right? And he makes sure that all the Scrum meetings, events are happening in a proper way. They are efficient, not just happening for the sake of name, right? He makes sure that the team is using the Jira in a hygienic way, right? And okay, so this is what I see some chat guys here. Just a sec. I would like to talk about that in a minute. Okay. Okay, first let me go through that, then I will talk about the chat. Okay, there is some confusion here. So, Scrum Master is basically a certified Scrum Master from the Scrum Alliance. Okay, I will show you the website. This is the website, Scrum Alliance. So, this is something. So, this website is something from the. It's an internationally accredited website, just like ISTQB in India. Sorry, internationally accredited organization which gives ISTQB foundation level and so many other certifications, right? You heard about it, right? Website is not visible. Oops. So here, this is the website. In this, there are some certifications. Okay, this is the one. Okay, in many companies, what they are doing, they are making some tester, some developer as some master. That is not the correct thing. Okay, okay, I'm pinging here for you guys. That is not the correct thing. Okay, Scrum Master should be a certified Scrum Master from this website. I have done 3 certifications from here: CSM, Advanced CSM, and CSPO. Okay, why? Because see, companies think that they can make any XYZ as a Scrum Master. Anybody can work like a Scrum Master. It's not like that, guys. Okay, this Scrum Master is a servant leader. What? Servant leader. He is the person who will facilitate all the meetings. Yes, somebody said facilitator. He is correct. You are correct. Not only facilitator, he is also a coach for the team, a mentor for the team. It is his responsibility to remove all the impediments, all the blockers for the team, right? He acts like a coach for his team. Okay. He will not boss around like, hey, give me this, give me that. Why didn't you do this work? No. He have to work with the team. He makes correct processes. He makes the team cross-functional and self-organized. Fine. This is the guy. Scrum Master. He should be certified Scrum Master from the Scrum Alliance. Next time, if you're going to work in any company, ask him, do you have the certification or not? If you don't have any certification, it means gone case. Okay. Product owner, he is a BA, business analyst. Basically, this person is from an MBA background who is having some special expertise in some domain, like finance domain or marketing domain, whatever your project is, right? So he's the one who will be in constant communication with the customer, and he's the one who will be actually uh, doing all the requirements gathering, right? And he's the one who will be taking care of creating all the making all the requirements in the Jira. Now, Jira is a product is a requirement is a project management tool. Okay, I'm not sure if I have the Jira account still with me. I'll just see if I have Jira 1 minute. Just a minute. Okay, so this is a Jira, okay, Jira software, and you can also install it. There is no exe. You can just it is available on the cloud. You can go to Atlassian website. Okay, so this is there is a website Atlassian. Okay, Atlassian is a Australian-based company. Okay, if you know, this is the company. Okay, Atlassian. Just type this. This company have got many products. Okay, so many products it have. Can you see? If you go to products, okay, you can see that um, developers, IT, and all. So it have got Jira also. Okay, so you can go and download Jira. Okay, so you can see explore Jira, and there is an option get it free. Okay, you can click on this, get it free. I have already done it. So see and continue. Okay, so for me it is not showing buy premium. Okay, because I'm already there on the Jira, right? So for you, you can go. Can you see? Try it free, right? So like this, it will come and you can be on Jira. So maybe tomorrow, whatever time you're free, you can try this. Okay. Right now, you can see is okay, I have created one project here, Manifesto, right? So this is some project which have been created. Can you see? Scrum is the framework. Jira is the project management tool which is used to handle all the project management of agile project management. Okay. So this is Jira is a tool. Okay. Scrum is the framework. Fine. So you can see that this is the board. Okay. And this is the backlog. Can you see? Backlog is nothing but all your requirements will be in the backlog. So guys, we have very less time. Okay. As per that time, we have to just go. Okay. I'm just trying to explain you on a very high level kind of thing. Okay. So this is where we are going to store all the all the requirements of for that particular application. And here they are creating. They means who is creating. So you can see this is a ticket. This is one user story, right? By login feature. So these are all the requirements. Who creates these requirements here? On the click on the create option, the product owner. Okay, so why I came here to show you? I came here to show you because I have to explain you this one. I have to explain you this one. Where it is gone? This one, product owner. So product owner creates all the requirements in the product backlog. Okay, and he keeps it updated. Next is the team. What is the team? Team is made up of developer plus QA. Fine. Yeah. So now this I already explained. Please go through this. Okay, I already explained this. Please go through the slide. Take a minute. I'll keep scrolling down and you can go read this. Scrum Master is master of the Scrum, right? So he makes sure that team is following the Scrum processes, okay, and team is aligned to the Scrum practices, okay. That's how he ensures he maintains that because he is certified Scrum Master, right? He's a master of the Scrum. For example, he knows how to conduct the sprint review in a proper way or sprint retrospective in a proper way. No, he will make sure that the meeting is happening in a proper way. That is one example. He will make sure that the sprint planning happens in a proper way. Team knows all the different things like, how to estimate the story properly and all those things. Right? By doing all those things, he ensures that the Scrum team maintains Scrum values that are achievable. Okay? Okay, so this is all about the product owner. Some more things. Okay. So product owner increasing the value of the work. How will he increase the value of the work? Because he knows about the requirements, right? So by writing the story in a proper format, by adding acceptance criteria. What is acceptance criteria? These are like checklist, which makes the developer and testers knows how to accept, right? These were the suppose now there is a login requirement, right? In login requirement, he will write that if you enter username and correct username password, the home page will be visible. Now he will also write that you cannot enter if you enter wrong username and correct password, you will get an error page with this description, right? So all these things he will add in the acceptance criteria so that the developer and knows clearly what to develop and the tester knows clearly what to test. Okay, so he will increase the value of the work like that, setting the team's product vision, right? The team don't know what they're working for. Only the BA will tell them that this is a big picture. Okay, you're going to do this. By doing this, he will show them by discussing about the requirements, the functionality of the application, he will show the big picture to the team. Okay. Ensuring that the team is focused on meeting product requirements by communicating and assessing the progress, contacting the external stakeholders and communicating. So he's the person who is talking with the customer, as I already told, on the requirements and all, right? So ensuring that the team is focused on meeting product requirements and communicating and assessing the progress. So he's the one who helps meeting with the team in understanding the requirements, backlog refinement, meeting, and all those things happen. So I'll discuss about that going forward. Okay. The team the team is cross-functional and self-organizing and implies the team is what? The team is nothing but developer plus QA. Okay, it implies that the team will include analyst, designer. So this is all about the team. You can go through this. Okay. Okay. So this is all about the team. What does cross-functional team means? Cross-functional means everybody knows others all the work. Okay. Like no team member is just like knowing only one skill set, right? So that if one team member is not present tomorrow, then the other team member is able to conduct or do the other team member's work. Okay. That is the cross-functionality. So that is what the cross-functional means. Cross-functional teams have all the skills required to complete the task without relying on anyone outside the team, saving time and effort. So that is what the cross-functionality means. Okay. So that is cross-functionality. Okay. So the team concept in Scrum is designed to enhance flexibility, innovation, and productivity. Okay. The team is tasked to do all these things. Okay. So, what is this sprint planning? So they do the planning together, right? So the planning happens for the next sprint. So the team comes together and do the sprint planning and target setting. They contribute the knowledge to the programming design, right? The team, entire team, the developers do the programming, design, and improvement of the products. Even the testers are also part of all the design and backlog refinement sessions. Okay, kickoff sessions. When I'm talking about backlog refinement means the product owner is talking about the uh, features, the functionalities, or the Jira tickets, okay, or anything you can say, or the backlog requirements, okay. So this results in collaboration, and the entire team works together as one agile unit, okay. So determine the best development strategies using the data. So the team is in a position that they develop the product using the best development strategies using the data, right? So they have the sufficient data, and based on that data-driven decisions they take, they develop the best product. Okay, including testing product and prototype as well as other methods. Include testing products and prototypes as well as other methods. So the team includes testing products, right? Testing product means like some automation products or something. And prototypes. Prototype is nothing but a blueprint, okay? Or you can say like a blueprint of some application, not as prototype. Now suppose I'm going to develop a UI, okay, for anything. Then what I'll have, suppose now the real UI is not developed. So what I will do before that, I'll create a prototype. So suppose my UI will look like this. Okay, my UI will look like this. This is a login page. Then if I enter this, then the home page will look like this. Okay, so this is called as prototype, right? So some designs you will have before in hand, even before when your real project is created, right? So that is called as prototype. Okay, so you will have including testing products and prototypes as well as other methods. So team will be having all of these things. So this is the roadmap, okay? And I told you that you are going to develop this login page in the first 2 weeks. That is the sprint one. Next 2 weeks, you're going to develop the home page. That is the sprint two. Okay, next 2 weeks, you're going to develop the checkout page. Okay, and after that, you are going to develop the payment integration, right? You're going to integrate your website with some payment sites, right? Like Paytm or some kind of wallet or Google API. That will happen in the sprint four. And the last one is the order screen, which you're going to develop in the last sprint five, and then you're going to release the product also. So this is the roadmap, okay? And this 2 weeks time in which you're going to develop and deliver some increment is called sprint, okay? And in most of the projects and most of the companies, it is 2 weeks, okay? It's not 1 week or 3 weeks. You will ask me why it is 2 weeks, and it is always 2 weeks on. Whatever the projects I have worked so far, it is just 2 weeks. Okay. So sprint one started on 8 December. So suppose now sprint one. Now let's do it practically, right? Now just imagine our sprint have started on, suppose on 5th of January. Okay. Is that fine? Sprint one started on 5th of January. 5th Jan. Okay. Then it will end on which date? 16th Jan. Okay. Does that make sense? Okay. 16th Jan. And I have to change the year also. Okay. And then this is the 5th of Jan. Okay. 5th of Jan. Okay. I'm going to remove all of this. I will explain what are all these things. So there is 10 working days when you will be developing. Okay. And testing. So 5th of Jan till 9th of Jan will be the first half of the sprint, first week. Is that clear? 9th of Jan. Okay. Then after that, 12th, right? 12th of Jan till what? 12th of Jan. Okay, I'm removing all this. I'll explain whatever is this. 12th of Jan to 16th of Jan will be the last, right? Is this clear to everyone? Okay, so this is my sprint. So this is how the sprint looks like. Okay, so when you're going to work in a team, so in this sprint, you have to develop the login page. Okay, so in a sprint, some meetings happens, which is called as sprint ceremonies, Scrum ceremonies or meetings. Is that clear? Okay. So now what are these ceremonies or sprint events? Or we can say the Scrum events or meetings, so anything you can say. Okay. So these are Scrum ceremonies or events or meetings which happens, okay, within this 2 weeks times. Okay. So first is the daily stand-up. Okay. So daily stand-up, as the name suggests, will happen every day. So this is time boxed to only 15 minutes. Okay. Daily stand-up, it happens every day and it happens only for 15 minutes. It cannot go more than 15 minutes. And in this meeting, product owner is not mandatory. Okay? Product owner is not mandatory. His presence is not mandatory. Team attends. And who facilitates? Scrum Master can be there. This is also called as inspect and adapt of last 24 hours. Okay. So in this meeting, what happens? Basically, what they will ask, what did you do yesterday? What's the plan for today? Okay. So suppose now I'm doing a daily stand up between issues or blockers, right? So if she says that if she have any issues or blockers, then the Scrum Master's duty is to unblock her. Okay. It is his duty. Okay. Is this clear or any doubt here in this, in the daily stand up? So this is the first meeting which happens and this is happening every day. Okay. And it happens only for 15 minutes. If anybody is going beyond 15 minutes talking more and more, then it's the duty of Scrum Master to tell them that please take this discussion outside the meeting. Okay. This is consuming everybody's time. Okay. Okay. Next is backlog refinement. Okay. Next is backlog refinement. What is this backlog refinement? Okay. Now I told you in this, right? Sure. This is the backlog, right? This is the Jira. So Jira is a tool. Okay. So now in this tool, what is there? This is your project. Okay. This is your project, right? Team Estro. This is your backlog. So backlog is the place where entire requirements of the project will be there. Okay. So this backlog will have all the requirements. Okay. In real time, there will be some 1,000 or 1,000+ requirements here. Now this is just a sample Jira. So it is just having 2 work items. Okay. In real time, if you go to any project where you work, you will see some 500, 600,000 requirements based on requirement means what the product owner will do. Okay. He will take some requirements from this backlog. Okay. And he will actually pull in some sprint. Suppose now this sprint is sprint 0. Okay. Now this is your upcoming sprint. So this sprint is already going on. Sprint 0 is already going on. This is your upcoming sprint. So what he will do, he will take some 10 requirements from here and he will pull it in this sprint 1. Okay. How he will pull? Now you should ask me that question also. Okay. I'm showing you what will happen in the real time. Okay. This is what you will see in your real project. I'm showing you that picture. Okay. If you have any confusions, you can ask me. So in real time, what will happen is that the product owner will take the requirements, he'll put it in the sprint backlog. So this is the sprint backlog. This is sprint, right? So this is the sprint. So you can see this option start sprint, right? So this is the sprint option. this is the sprint name. He will take whatever ticket. So as per the customer's priority, he will pull up those requirements. Now for the next sprint, we need to develop the homepage. We need to develop what? We need to develop homepage, right? For the next sprint, we need to develop homepage. So all the homepage related tickets will be pulled up by the product owner into this sprint, okay? And what he will do, he will call the team and he will start discussing with them, and he will be actually, discussing every requirement one by one, okay? So that is called as backlog refinement, okay? So this will not be empty here. It will have some 10, 15 requirements. So whatever number of requirements, yeah, it will be drag and drop. I can show you, see? Either you can right click on this, right click. Can you see? Move the work item. Suppose I want to move it to Scrum Sprint 1. Can you see? I just moved. Can you see? It went up. You can also drag and drop. Can you see? 1 minute. I'll just drag and drop. It just went up. Can you see? And you can create also ticket from here. See? You can create from here also, and you can create from this link also. Okay? So create. Okay. Suppose I want to create a user story. Okay, I'll show you how to create a user story. So I'm creating a user story. Okay, so you can see that in the task work type, you have to choose what? User story. Okay, the summary will be, you can write a short summary login feature. Okay, so in Agile, requirement is also called as user story. Story means requirement. Yes, you are correct. Okay, so there is a particular way of writing the story. Okay, so the way is like as a user. Okay, as what kind of user you can write as an e-commerce user. Okay, I'm just showing you a real-time thing. Okay, as an e-commerce user, I want to log into application application. Okay, now what you will achieve so that I can access the page. So this is my guys user story description. Right? Every user story will have some acceptance criteria also. So all these things are not here in your PDF. I'm telling you extra because these things you will see in your like it acceptance criteria will be like successful login with valid credentials. Okay, so these are some. So what is acceptance criteria? Acceptance criteria will tell you. Okay, yeah, you're correct, Chirag Bajaj. So near D, I'm coming to that. I have not come to planning and estimation. Give me some time. First, I'm discussing about this only. Okay, few things. Okay, just give me some time. I'll teach. I'll talk about story point also. Don't worry. Okay. So acceptance criteria I'm talking about. So successful login, then okay, invalid uh, login attempt. First, so error message. Okay, so this is some acceptance criteria. Okay, so this is about the acceptance criteria. It can maybe many other things also, right? So this is if you can go and create. So I have created a story and it have come to here. Okay, so this is how the product owner will basically create guys. Okay, and in product backlog refinement, what will happen? Suppose now the team have come up. Okay, so what the product owner will do? He will click on this ticket. Okay, login feature. Okay, and he will discuss about this ticket. Okay, suppose now this ticket is there. He'll start talking about this ticket, about the business value of this ticket. Okay, why are we? What will be the value of this ticket? Okay, and what will be the end user will be getting? Okay, after getting this functionality, right? The bigger picture. This is very simple thing which I have written login in your real time projects. You might get some complicated functionalities also. You must understand those functionalities even before you are ready to start to develop or test. So during these backlog refinement sessions, the product owner will give a bigger picture of what you're going to develop and what you're going to test. If you have any doubts or confusions during the feature development, you can directly raise those questions to the BA and to the product owner, and he will clarify all your questions. Another thing which happens as a part of backlog refinement is that if the team thinks that this particular ticket, right, this particular ticket is very big, it's very huge ticket which cannot be done by the team in one part, then the product owner can split this ticket into multiple user stories also. Okay, fine. So that also is done by the product owner. Second thing is that in the product backlog refinement is always in the sorted order. Sorted means the ticket or the requirement which is of highest priority will be at the top, then the medium priority ticket, and then the lowest priority ticket. Fine. So which is at the highest priority will be kept at the top of the stack, then the medium priority and the lowest priority. Right. So after the backlog refinement, okay. So when backlog refinement will be done, backlog refinement is done usually on the first half of the sprint, usually on Monday or Tuesday. Okay. So it will be done like on Monday or basically on Tuesday or Wednesday. Okay, Tuesday or Wednesday. First half of the sprint. Okay, BR, backlog refinement. Fine. So once this is done, the next Scrum event which happens is sprint planning. Okay, so what is sprint planning? So in sprint planning, you will be planning for the next sprint. Okay, so in the current sprint, suppose you are developing the login page. Okay, so in the next sprint, what you have to do? In the next sprint, you will be doing home page, right? So this is one example which I am explaining. Okay, so in the sprint two, what you have to do? Home page. So for that, you need to plan now. So somebody asked me one example, right? For planning and estimation. This is that example. I'm going to discuss about sprint planning now. Okay. So now homepage. We will plan about the homepage in the current sprint, right? Planning is always done on sprint before. So what will happen in the sprint planning? Now you are in the first sprint. You are doing development and of the login page. No, but you should plan for the next sprint also, right? You should do the planning for the next sprint. In next sprint, what is coming? Homepage. So what will happen in sprint planning? In sprint planning, you are going to do the estimation for the tickets which we will be handling for the homepage, basically. Okay, that is the sprint planning. So in sprint planning is a event which happens in the second half of the sprint. Okay, so first of all, understand when it happens. When do the sprint planning happens? Sprint planning happens maybe on the Wednesday or Tuesday or Wednesday. Same thing, Tuesday or Wednesday. Okay, in the next half of the sprint. So what will happen in sprint planning? Okay, first of all, we should have some input for the sprint planning, right? So for sprint planning, there should be some tickets on the homepage. So this is suppose the upcoming sprint, right? Suppose now I take this and put it here. This feature ticket. Okay, say fine. And suppose this sprint is going to start from 2 weeks, and this is going to start from 19th January. Right? Clear? 18th January to 1st Feb, right? These are two tickets. Okay. So what I will do in sprint planning, guys, okay, what we will do, we will start estimating these tickets. Now you will ask me how we will estimate, right? Estimate means how much time will it take to everybody. When I say estimation, they will say that estimation is always done with reference to time, right? But you will actually wonder if I say that in Agile, we are not estimating using time. Okay. Then you will ask me, and how do we estimate? We estimate in Agile by using story point. Okay. We estimate in Agile using story point. Okay. Now, what is story point? So, suppose this is the story. Okay. I am opening this, guys. Again, I'll open this in a big screen. Can you see this? Now, I am scrolling down. Can you see this? Everybody? This is I'm showing real time. Okay. Since some of you are beginners, you have not seen Jira, right? So this is the story point estimate. When you're doing the sprint planning, the entire team come together and you estimate the story point. You do the estimation for the tickets. Tickets means the user story. Okay. So what is the input for the sprint planning? The input for the sprint planning is first sprint backlog. So this is a sprint level backlog, right? All the tickets in this. So this is sprint level backlog, sprint backlog. This is the product backlog, the entire backlog, right? Many students will have confusion in this. So now what happens in the sprint planning is that, okay, the entire team will come together. Okay, entire team will come together and one by one, these tickets will be discussed. Now, suppose in a team, if there are 5 people, suppose there are 5 people, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, out of which 3 are developers and 2 QA. Okay, now all these 3 people are in some different places. Okay, first, so sprint backlog is nothing but this one, right? So this is the backlog. Backlog means the tickets under the sprint, right? This is the sprint backlog. And this is the product backlog. This is the backlog for the entire product, right? That's the only thing. Okay. So this is the sprint backlog, this is product backlog. And this is the input for your sprint planning. So what will happen? The Scrum Master will open login feature. Everybody will see this feature, will see this ticket, will see this user story, and he will ask them to estimate. And how they will estimate? They will estimate using story point. Now, what is story point? Story point is a way of estimation in Agile, okay, in which you are going to use Fibonacci numbers 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. Okay, story point is Fibonacci numbers. And story point does not means mandates. Okay, guys, don't be confused. Okay, please, there is no confusion here. I'm showing you practically here. So this is the sprint backlog, which is the backlog for the upcoming sprint, right? Home page. This is the product backlog. It will be 500, 600 tickets here. From here, you are pulling some tickets for the upcoming sprint planning. That's a sprint backlog. Okay, right? So this. They will suppose here 10 tickets are there for the next sprint. Every ticket the Scrum Master will open, and the entire ticket team will go through this ticket, and they will start estimating. And Jira and in Agile, we estimate through story point. Story point is not mandates. Mandates. So in sprint, in the Scrum, we do not estimate in mandates, in hours or days. So what is the story point? Story point is the combination of these 3 things. Please understand this one. Please remember this. Story point is decided on the basis of these 3 things. How complex is the work, the story? What is the size of the story? And unknowns. Unknowns means risks. Okay, suppose you are going to do some requirement or work for the first time. That means there are a lot of unknowns in that, right? So that is unknowns. Okay, complexity of the work means if the ticket or the requirement or the user story is very complex, you are going to give a story point. And story points are in Fibonacci series. 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. So Fibonacci series is a mathematical series. You can go back and see. Okay. Yes, story point is an estimate of the effort required to complete the story. Yes, but story point is not days. If I say the story point of this ticket is 1 story point, that does not mean 1 day. Story point just reflects the complexity of the work, size of the work, and unknowns. Okay, fine. Now the entire team will come together and they will start estimating the ticket. Okay. Now, if one developer is saying it is 1 story point, another one is saying it is 2, somebody is saying 3, another one is saying 5. Okay. What will the Scrum Master will do? What will Scrum Master do now? Yeah, Fibonacci series is a mathematical series. The series is called as Fibonacci series. 1, 2. 1 plus 2 is 3. 2 plus 3 is 5. 3 plus 5 is 8. So you can go to ChatGPT and see what is Fibonacci series. Right? It is a mathematical series where it goes from numbers 1 and 2. And it will keep on adding the previous 2 numbers. 1, 2, 1 plus 2, 3, 2 plus 3, 5, 5 plus 3, 8, 8 plus 3, 13, 8, 13 plus 8, 21, so on and so far. Okay, that is Fibonacci series. Very easy mathematical concept. Okay, so why Fibonacci series? You should ask me this question also, right? Some students ask me why Fibonacci series. Fibonacci because it's a very good way of representing the complexity. One is the least complex, and the complexity keeps on increasing as we go right. Fine, that's the Fibonacci. Okay, so now suppose if one person have given 1 story point for the same login ticket, another guy have given 5 story point for the same ticket, then Scrum Master will ask both of them why you have given 1 and why you have given 5. He'll ask both the persons who have given maximum and minimum. Okay? So if another one says 1, another one says 5, Scrum Master will ask why you have given 1, why you have given 5. So both these people will give their own thoughts. I have given 1 because it is very easy for me. I am here as a very experienced person, and for me complexity is less. Okay, so size of the work is also less for me, and there are very less unknowns in this ticket because I have already done this work many times. Okay, so that person will have given, maybe that person guy was a senior guy. Now another guy have given 5, maybe he is a junior or he is a fresher, okay, who just joined the team. So for him that's a very complex work, right? So see, the work is same, but two different people, they are giving two different rate story points. Okay, so now he will tell the entire team to talk through this, okay, decide, okay, and re-vote again. Okay, now this time the entire team came together and vote for this ticket as 2. Okay, so now all of them voted for 2. After all of them mutually decided that they are going to vote for 2 on a mutual consensus. Okay, so then after that he will go here to the ticket. Okay, he will now write the number 2. That's it. So that is how story point estimation is done. There are different games like planning, poker, and all. Okay, they will play. Okay, they will send those links to the different, because see, nowadays no or not all team members work in the same team, right? In the same company. So on in the same place. Okay, so this technique planning poker is used. Okay, so story point is used for estimating the story level tickets. Okay, fine. Is this clear to everyone? So Scrum Master will facilitate the meeting. Every user story requirement is estimated. Estimation is done using story point. Story points are nothing but Fibonacci series. Okay. Now, if somebody is saying this ticket is 8 story points, that means it is very complex and there are a lot of unknowns in that ticket. Means nobody have done that work. Somebody is going to do that work for the first time. Okay. So guys, I have given you some real-time example. Okay. Okay, I see some questions being here. We need this material, ma'am, for future reference. So going forward, I will be running this PDF or run books only with you, no problem. So this, since this was my first class, right? So and it is first class, it will take some time to get used to. Means this is the agile topics, it's theoretical concept. I have all the documents with me. Don't worry, I have a lot of content with me to give to you if you want. Okay, so I thought of teaching agile from PDF only, but in PDF things are little bit differently written. Okay, it's little bit differently in a way it is written is little different. No worries, I'll give this. Okay, so this is what happens in sprint planning. So at the end of the sprint planning, you can see that all the tickets in the sprint backlog have been estimated, right? Everything have been estimated. So all these, now this is 2, okay? This is also estimated, suppose 1, okay? So everything should be estimated. There should not be anything which is not estimated, right? So this is about sprint planning, okay? What we can predict with story points, we can predict how heavy is the task, right? So if I say that this is story is 5 story point, that means that ticket is pretty heavy, right? It's more complex. It is more size of the ticket is more, and it is also little more. Lot of uncertainties are there. It is lot of risks are there to do it, right? If I say this story point of this ticket is 1, that means it is a very easy to do the ticket. Clear? You can read this, guys. Okay, story plan, sprint planning. You can read this for a minute. Okay, then we'll move to the next point. Priority, severity, no, it have nothing to do with the priority and severity, Shivani. Priority is from the ticket side, like how fastly we want to deliver it. Okay, irrespective of the story points, will the timeline remain the same to? Yes, so see, if you're taking any ticket, right, any story in a sprint, we have to complete it within the sprint. So, to user story have to be completed within the sprint. Okay, so we have to plan it in such a way that, suppose I'm taking story is you just I have assigned 2 story to you, you should be completing those 2 stories in the sprint. So if you're taking one very heavy story, then I will assign only one very heavy story to you. Okay, so that is the thing. Whatever we have planned, right, to finish it, Within the sprint, we should be completing it within the sprint. So that is the sprint goal. Okay. Next is sprint review. Okay. What is sprint review? So sprint review is another Scrum event which happens on the Amol Jadhav story points and tickets, epics or bugs will be matched with each other estimates. No, epics and bugs. Epics does not get estimated. See, some companies they are estimating in story points, and some companies they are estimating the epics in t-shirt sizing like XL, triple XL, medium. Okay, so story point estimation is separate. Epics get estimated separate. Bugs, if you want to estimate, you can estimate them separately. Okay. So all the estimations are separate. Okay. So and they are not matched. They have nothing to do with each other. Okay. So this is the estimation. Okay. So epics are usually estimated in Excel size like medium, Excel, triple Excel, small, like that. Okay. So next is sprint review, which is a very important event, and it happens on the last day of the sprint, but before the lunch. Before lunch, it will happen, and it happens on the last day of the sprint. And it's a meeting where all the stakeholders are invited. So I told you, right? So it will happen on the last day of the sprint. So when it will happen? So it will happen on 16th January. So it will happen on 16th of Jan. Okay. And what will happen on that day? You will invite all the stakeholders. Stakeholders means anybody who is a part of your project directly or indirectly is a stakeholder, right? Right? Stakeholder means anybody who is involved with your project directly or indirectly is a stakeholder. Okay. So PO is a stakeholder. Okay. And the customer can be a stakeholder, or the engineering head can be a stakeholder. If it is a small startup, even the CEO can be a stakeholder, right? Anybody who's coming and asking you about a project can be a stakeholder. Okay. So you can invite all of them in the last day of the sprint to showcase or demonstrate what your team have done. So what will be happen in this? The product owner should be present. His presence is mandatory. Okay, team comes and they will give a demo. So for now, example, let me see what all are the participants. Harshita is there, right? Harshita and have developed something. Okay, or somebody have done testing also. Anything, whatever they have done. Anybody, it's not like everybody who have done something, they will come and they will showcase their work. Okay, and the product owner will see their work, will see their ticket, if they have developed their ticket as per the acceptance criteria or not. So once they will demonstrate that and give a demo, okay, if a product owner is convinced that this is as per the requirements, this is as per whatever the things are there, okay, then he will accept the ticket. He will say that, okay, fine, I'm accepting the ticket. Otherwise, he will reject the ticket. Okay. So he will see whatever they have done. If they have done as per the whatever he have haven't given the acceptance criteria, then he will accept the ticket. Otherwise, he will reject. So what will happen to the rejected tickets? So the rejected tickets will move to the next sprint, and the assigned team members will have to work on it. Okay. So this event achieves continuous feedback. Why? Because even they are getting the feedback from the PO, they are also getting the feedback from the customer also. Even customer can also be a part of this meeting. Okay. What if the tickets become different? If tickets are not valid for this project, which will not happen, okay, Abhishek? But I understand if you are saying that bugs get rejected, that's a different thing. No, that is not bugs get rejected. No, tickets will it will not get bugs will get rejected. That's a different thing. But here tickets will not get different. Okay, if the requirements will change, if your question is that right, then those new requirements will be taken up in the upcoming sprint, and these tickets will be accepted with whatever work have been done. Okay, and the tickets will not become rejected. Okay, tickets they never get because those were some requirements, right? They will close the tickets with some resolution saying that this functionality is going to get changed with some new modifications, and they will link these tickets to those new tickets. They will not reject the ticket like bugs. Okay, then they will close these tickets, and then they will create those new tickets. They'll mention the same thing in the ticket, and they will link those tickets to the new tickets. They are not going to reject the work because this is not the mistake of developer, right? This is the mistake of the customer only. I mean, right? Okay. Next is last one is sprint retrospective. Okay. Few more thing, guys. I'm going to copy paste on the same document. 1 minute. Just give me a sec. Yeah. Okay. Same thing. I'm going to copy paste here. So next and the last sprint event is sprint retrospective. So what is the purpose of this event? It's like a reflection. What all happened in the sprint? So in this meeting, what will happen? The entire team will come together and the Scrum Master will create a board. If it is a virtual, then he'll create a virtual board with 3 columns. Okay. So first column will be what went well. Okay. What went well. Second column will be this one. What didn't go well. And third column will be for this action items. Okay. So now suppose there are 5 people in the team. So he will create 5 rows. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows. And he will go one by one and he will ask everyone. Suppose now there is Ramesh in the team. He will ask Ramesh, can you tell what went well as per you in this sprint? What didn't go well for you in this sprint? Okay. So you will say that, okay, this went well. I did do here. Okay. I got support from this team member and all. He'll say thank you and all that. He'll also mention that one of his ticket didn't get finished because there was a dependency on another team for this test data or something, and he couldn't finish his ticket because of the dependency. Okay, so that is something which didn't go well here. So the Scrum Master, along with the team member, will talk about those things in particular which didn't go well, and he will come up with some kind of action item. Okay, see, we cannot just leave the things like that, right? Which didn't go well. We need to come up with some kind of process improvement activities, with some kind of best practices, right? So suppose now the team have a dependency of test data from some other team. So now it's the Scrum Master's duty to lay an intake process with that team to have those test data dependencies already have in hand before even the sprint starts. So he will do that. So he will keep an action item on him. Okay, this is one example I'm giving you. So like this, he will go every team member you will ask, okay, and he will create this board or this table, okay. So this is all about the sprint retrospective. Any doubts here? Let me know. Okay, so I got some questions on giving me examples on action items, okay, and how the action items will be implemented, okay, what improvements can be done, okay. So I just gave one example that, for example, one of the team members is saying that he could not complete his story because the test data support. Let me give one example. Suppose the team is working on an OTT platform. Okay, OTT platform. Okay, what is OTT platform? Like some like Netflix movie and all those kind of things, right? So there you have to suppose test some HDK content or ultra HDK content, right? 4K content, 8K content, right? So what do you need to test all those content? What do you need? You need proper content, right? If you do not have 8K HD content, correct? Then how will you test? So suppose all that content for your team comes from another team, which is CMS team, content management system teams. Okay. On the day of testing or 2 days before testing, you were requesting for the data and you didn't get the data for testing or development, because of which one of the ticket couldn't get completed. Okay. And this was raised as a concern during the retrospective meeting. Okay. So now what the Scrum Master will say that we should not be asking these type of data like that in a chat or through some call. We should have a well-defined process with the other team asking for all these things even before when our work starts. Okay. Even before we start our work means even before when our sprint starts, we should be already be having these kind of test data with us. We should not be asking these things in between our sprint, because this can put at our work at the risk of spilling over, right? What we have committed, because they might be busy, they might send you. So we should have one kind of process in place that, hey, we should be telling that team that, hey, we should not be sending through chat or through email that we want this, right? We should be raising these tickets on their board asking that we need this type of test data, and we should be letting them know that we want all these things before our sprint starts, because this is very important for us, right? So what whose duty is to create this process? Whose duty is to communicate with the other team? Scrum master's duty. Okay, so it will be the action item on whom? On the Scrum Master, to create an intake process with that content management system team to deliver the testing team and development team with the necessary data. So this is the result of doing this meeting. Okay, improvement and continuous improvement, right? So guys, see, Ronaldo is the best footballer, right? Even though if he is the best footballer, he need a coach. He still need a coach. Okay, so Scrum Master act like a coach. He will work with the team and everybody. It is his duty to make this meeting very effective. People should come and talk. If everybody comes in this meeting and do not talk, then this meeting is not going to be of any use. Okay, so this is the point of having this meeting. Let me clear this. Okay, guys. So right now you can see that I have put some action criteria for login requirement. You can go through them. Okay. Now issue types in Jira. So there are some issue types in Jira. There are some 3 to 4. One is Epic. What is Epic? Okay, yeah. So Epic is a big functionality, as I have mentioned here in the picture, which can be completed in more than one sprint. Okay, so if you go to Jira, right, and if you see create, okay, if we come to work type, these are the work types you can see, right? If you go to any project, you can be seeing these work types: epic, task, story, feature, request, right? So epic is one of them. So epic is like a bigger piece of functionality. Now let me give you one example. So there you can create an epic called as account and registration. Okay, account and registration. So what all can come in account and registration? All the login, okay, all the account creation, registration, all those tickets will come in this epic. Okay, so when the epic, okay, have multiple user stories which cannot be completed in one sprint, okay, we will go and create an epic. So epic will have lot of user stories and that can go for 2 to 3 months completion also. Okay, and it will have some bugs also, guys. Okay, epic can have bugs also, right? So I'm taking a little slowly so that you understand. Okay, I can talk very fast also and closes, but that will make you confused. Okay, so now you understood what is epic. Epic is nothing but work item, a type of work item in Jira. Okay, which is used to create or which is used to implement the bigger piece of functionality. Okay, and it will have lot of user stories in it. It will also have bugs in it. Okay, what is user story? Now that is simple. Okay, so yeah, Ashika, I'm slow only, dear. If I go further slow, then we will not be able to complete the entire course in just 40. So I'm slow only. Okay, so let me know if anywhere you are not able to understand. Last 15 minutes we'll do Q&A. Okay, some polling and also, so you can ask me questions. Okay, I understand, guys, from your point of view, but there is so much information. Okay, I'll be teaching you all the things which you need actually from you to be on standpoint view and to be completing from your basics. Okay, and don't worry about it. Okay, let me know anything which you are not able to understand. Okay, rest it's all simple theory today. Whatever is just theory, or nothing much technical we have done. Okay, so don't worry about it. Next is user story, right? User story you have already seen, right? I created one user story. See, Epic can go more than one sprint, right? It's like a bigger umbrella. So you can remember this. So this is the umbrella, right? This umbrella will have many user stories, right? Correct? Okay, fine. So Epic can take more than a sprint to complete. In any interview, if they ask, you have to answer this. User story is a small piece of functionality which is completed in a sprint time, right? How to write the user story like this? I have already shown you. You can see this. Okay. There you will write your story like this. As a user story, okay, as a user, I want what you want so that the benefit. Okay, so this is the format. As a type of user, what you want to do, that is the feature, so that what is the benefit or value you're receiving. So I've given some examples. Please go through this and that will complete the user story format. Very simple example. As a customer, I want to view my account balance so that I can know how much money I have. Right? As a e-commerce website, I want to buy this so that I can do this. Right? I've already written one simple one for you. Okay, I'll repeat it, no problems. Epic is a bigger piece of functionality, okay, which will have lot of user stories inside it. So, suppose something you are going to implement, which you cannot implement within a sprint. So, you can create an epic and you can create multiple user stories into it. For example, you can create an epic account and registration, and you can create all the tickets related to account and registration and login into it. Okay, so that is epic. What is user story? User story is a small piece of functionality which is completed in a sprint time. Okay, within sprint time means 2 weeks time it will be completed. That is user story. Who can create epic? Usually the product owner will create the epic. Okay, these are the few examples of user stories I have created. Okay, next one is task. Okay, so what is task? Task is a small unit of work. So suppose epic and user story were related to functionality, right? So epic and these two, 1 minute, let me show you again. Create, right? Mhm. Epic and story were related to the functionality, right? Or requirement. Now task is something related to non-functional, non-feature work. Okay. Suppose now if you have created some KT document, okay, or if you have designed an automation framework, okay, or if you have created some or you set up the test environment, start up the test environment for your testing, right? Anything you have done not related to the testing work, okay, that you can actually capture in the task, right? Okay, so you should be capturing everything, right, in Jira. So for that you will have the task. Okay, yeah, so this is the task. This is the practical thing about the task. Okay, and that is what I have mentioned here in the book also. A task is a small unit of work. For example, setting up test environment for performance, testing test data, getting KT, etc. Okay, and bug is nothing but defect. So bug is nothing but if you get any issues or defects in your application, you're going to create a bug for it. Fine. Okay, so guys, this is all about the Scrum. Okay, now I have completed this. So there is a demo here to create a Jira account. Okay, I will show you how to create a Jira account. Okay, and there are some practice here: creating a backlog, creating new issues, editing the sprint. That I'll show you how to do, and you can do it tomorrow. So let me show you how to create. So for that, I have told you, right, to go to Atlassian Jira Premium, right? So this is the website pinging you all. Okay, so you have to click on try it free. So I will say sign in with a different Atlassian account. Okay, start a new site. So you can use any Gmail account. Okay, okay. So this is your Gmail account. So you're seeing, right, guys, how I'm doing. Same thing you have to do. In the lab, Jira is available. I'll show you how to access the lab. Okay, come here. Go to practice labs. You can do here. Go to practice labs. So click on the practice lab. Okay, launch lab. Launch lab. It will take first time 5 minutes. It will take for all of you. I have already launched, so for me it will take a minute or two. For you, first time it will take 4 5 minutes. Okay. So once this is done, you have to click on this RDP access, and then oh, you have to close the previous terminate. Okay. You have to again click on the start instance. Okay, sometimes some problem happens. So see again it has started. Okay. It will start again. So just wait. I'll show you again here on my thing. Okay. So now it is saying upgrade now. So I'll click on upgrade now. Jira is getting set up. See, your premium trial has started. Okay, it is a free for 30 days. For 30 days, you can enjoy the premium free Jira features. Okay, you can practice, you can do whatever you want. If you go in any company, you'll be using Jira, so we can do enjoy this feature. Okay, so now I'm closing it. Fine. So this is guys, no billing, nothing required here. Zero will. Fine. This is screen. Okay, now you come here. Can you see Jira is here? Click on this. Okay, it is saying create space. Space means a project. Now little bit it have got changed. Already I have created one project here. Can you see? Panther. If you want to create a new project, you can create here. It's in create space. Okay, let us, I will show you how to create a new project. Okay. So you have to choose software development from left hand side. Which framework you want? I want Scrum framework. Use template. Again, it is asking what which you want. Company managed, team managed. Go for company managed. Give a name. You can write company managed. Then next. Okay, see Jira space successfully created. Bring your team along. If you have any team members, you can write the name here. I don't have any team member, guys. I'm skipping it. This is just simple demo, right? Can you see? Form board came up. Can you see? This is the board. I have another project also, Panther. This is the company managed. Okay, backlog is empty. No, nothing is here. Active sprint, any sprint which is active, you can see here nothing is active. Okay, fine. Now let us create some ticket. I already showed you how to create a ticket, right? Now please try to do a small demo now. You have 10-15 minutes left. You can try installing this. Okay, setting up this Jira cloud on your systems. You create some tickets which I have already shown you how to do that. Yep. Okay, now let us create some ticket, some dummy ticket. I think it's already created. Okay, I'm not going to create one more ticket. So this is my Panther. In Panther, let's go to backlog. Oh, in Panther, nothing is there. No problem. So I'm going to create some dummy ticket. This is a story. So this is like search feature. Okay, search feature. Fine. I've just written a very simple story. And this, suppose I am, see, here already sprint is created, right? So how to create a new sprint from this icon? How to create a new sprint from this icon? Okay. See, one more sprint have come, right? If you keep on clicking, it will keep on adding sprints, right? So this is your first sprint, maybe. Okay, so you can add the how many weeks it is. You can start date, whatever, and you can drag and drop the, and you can start the. Suppose now I'm adding this to first sprint. Move to sprint one. Okay, now let me close this, guys. Fine. Now you can start the sprint by this option. Okay. Start. If you click on start, the sprint started and the ticket came in active boot. And you see, this is how it happens in real time. You will not be doing all of this. Scrum Master will be doing, Product Owner will be doing, will not be doing. But I showed you because yeah, that was a part of them. Lab Jira, I didn't see it. What is happening in Lab Jira? Let me see. Okay, it have come up. So Lab Jira have come up now. Please give demo on the lab. Same thing on the lab. I'll show you. Go here. This will open up. I'll show you how to. So I'll just show you how to open up this basic things. You'll get like this. Say okay. You've got up environment like this. So this is the Internet Explorer. Double click on this. Okay. So the lab is little slow. If you want to do it on lab, very nice. Please do it. Actually, you have to do all the things on lab only. Okay. So be very much used to it of using labs only. Okay. You can see here, guys. Can you see? You have to pass. In order to open the Chrome, you have to pass some password. Please, whatever password you're entering, remember it forever. Okay. Whatever I'm passing, I'm remembering it. You write it down and don't forget. Okay. See now, Google Chrome have come up, came up or not. Same thing here also. You have to do same thing, guys. So I'm not going to show you the exact steps here again, but I showed you. If you click on the Google Chrome, this will come up. Okay. See, this have little bit of connection issues. But I showed you how to connect. Okay. Yes, that's how the lab is, but you have to use the lab. I came in the lab. After coming to lab, you have to click on this icon. Can you see this icon? This is Google Chrome. Okay. Understood? Once you have clicked on it, you will have some authentication, right? So please click on that. Put some password, whatever you can remember. Okay? And don't forget that password. This will take some time. It is laggy. Okay. It's slow. Yeah, it is always like that. That's why I've shown you outside. Okay, here also you have to do the same thing. Here also you have to do the same thing. You have to type Atlassian. Right now, nothing is working. All is getting stuck on my screen. See here, some problem there. Please do it, guys. Now you know what to do. Okay, please do yourself. 9 minutes is there. Do a small demo yourself. See, it is a connection problem for me. Okay. Here also you can say Atlassian. Okay. Go to software. Here sign up option is there, right? With Google. You can try this and you can move forward. Okay. The Google Chrome is not updated here, and that's the reason the same UI is not coming as you were able to see in my UI. Okay, the only difference. Guys, I'll show you once again. Okay, I showed you I think multiple times also. I'll show you once again. I opened the Google Lab. I showed you this one, right? So once you open the lab, this is where you have to open the Chrome. This one. Can you see this earth symbol? This is the Chrome. This is the Chrome. Below this red, this is the Chrome. Click on this. Okay. How to open the lab itself? Okay. I will show you. Okay. I'll show you. Don't worry. I'll show you. So there is practice lab here. Can you all see this? Okay. Can you all see this? Practice lab. Can you see all of this? I was doing this. I think all of you didn't see me doing that before. I thought you guys followed me that time. No problem. Click on practice lab. Okay. You will get. Okay. In your this one cheat book, you might have got in your learning tab. 1 minute. In your learning tab, you would have got lab guide. This one. Lab guide. Lab guide. Right? You can even click on this lab guide and see what is there. Otherwise, directly come to practice labs. Okay, click on this launch lab. Okay, launch lab. See what I'm doing now. Please see the screen, whatever I'm doing. Okay, I did this before also, guys. Okay, if it is lagging, you have to do it again. There is no other option. Okay, if it is something coming, you have to terminate the instance. You have to start the new instance. Okay, fine. For me also, it is taking time now to open, right? It is lagging, it will take time. Okay, don't worry about it. Yes, if you have some doubts, there is a lab document also that you can see. It's very simple. You just have to wait until the icon appears. There is a lab document, lab help document. You have to refer that. Okay, please refer that. All the steps are mentioned there actually. Everything is there. Sometimes it will see. Can you see the screen coming up? In that case, you have to just stop the instance. You can click on this. Okay, RDP access, and then you have to click on this icon, this one, this pointer arrow. Can you see pointer arrow? Open a new tab. Can you see? That's how this opens. Click on RDP access and then that pointer arrow, and then you have to say OK. Right? Then you get this. So this is the screen you got. Now in this screen, right? This is your what? Virtual lab, right? Below the red, there is an earth-like symbol that is the Chrome. Click on that. You'll get a prompt asking for some password. Put the password as your, your what? Any password which you remember. But don't forget it, okay? So, as an interview point of view, what can be asked about the study sessions? Example, agile methodology. Yeah, I will talk about that. Yeah. So, from the interview point of view, okay. So, they can ask about the agile methodology, right? So, what can be asked from interview point of view is they can ask about agile frame. What is agile? Okay. So, from an interview point of view, interview questions can be like first question can be what is agile? Okay, and they can ask about, and you can answer what is agile, and you can also add what about agile any manifesto. Okay, to get some added uh, weightage to a profile. Okay, so if you can talk about agile manifesto, they will think that you are more matured as a candidate who knows more about the agile. Okay, and what are the other questions they can ask about agile frameworks? Okay. In agile frameworks, they're asking mostly about Scrum frameworks. Okay. So in Scrum frameworks, what all can be asked that I'll mention here? They can ask about what are the Scrum roles. Okay. They can ask you about the Scrum team size. Okay. They can ask you questions on Scrum ceremonies, which I discussed yesterday, right? What are those? They are so I'm kind of also summarizing about yesterday's class. Okay, so I'll come to all the questions which you have asked me now one by one. Okay, so one by one. Scrum ceremonies. What are they? They are daily stand up. DSU means daily stand up. Okay, fine. Then they can ask you about you can backlog refinement. In backlog refinement, they can ask you when does it happens, who does it, okay, and what happens in backlog refinement, when does it happen, who attends it. Okay, so when I'm writing about this, all these things can be asked. So backlog refinement, okay, everything they will ask. Sprint planning. In sprint planning, a lot of questions can be asked so that I can tell you now. I'll break down this later. Okay, sprint planning, they can ask you about sprint review. You can ask what is the purpose. So about all of these things, they can ask what is the purpose of all these. Okay, what is the advantage of sprint review? What so you can say that sprint review, the advantage of sprint review is continuous feedback, right? When you do a demo in sprint review, what happens? It happens on the last day of the sprint, and the team members do a demonstration of whatever feature they have worked on, right? And during the demonstration, all the product owner, the customer, the engineering lead, everybody, they are present, right? And when they give a demonstration of whatever they have worked, right? Everybody sees what they have worked, right? So they give a feedback whether the product, whatever the feature, whatever the team have built is as per the customer's expectation, whether it is as per the acceptance criteria of that user story or not, right? So this gives because this gets a continuous feedback, right? This gives a feedback on the feature or that user story, right? Now, if the product owner is not as satisfied, right, or if that user story have not been developed and tested as per the acceptance criteria, then he can reject the user story, right? And then the team have to work on it consecutively in the next sprint. Okay, so this is the purpose of the sprint review. So it gives a continuous feedback, okay, and the user story can be accepted or rejected depending upon the observation of the product owner and the stakeholders. Now, stakeholder is something who can be directly or indirectly associated with the project. It can be the customer, it can be the engineering head, right? I told you, right? If it is a small startup, it can be the direct CEO also can come and sit and see what you have developed, right? This is sprint review. So these are important questions. Okay. So if you're a fresher, they will expect you to do this. Okay. They are expecting you to know and understand what happens in each one of these. You have to tell. Okay. You have to get prepared and you have to go fully prepared on all of these. Now sprint retrospective. Sprint retrospective, another last important event. So sprint retrospective, we can ask you questions. What is the purpose of sprint retrospective, right? So sprint retrospective is the last event. Again, sprint review and retro both happens on the last day. So sprint retro happens at the second half after lunch. And this is the last event of the sprint. During this, what happens? The entire team comes together and they discuss about the sprint. Okay. It is like a reflection, right? Suppose you gave an examination and examination results came, right? And when the results came, you succeeded in some of the papers and some of the papers you got failed. So you took a diary and you started noting down, you started reflecting back where you succeeded, which area. Suppose you failed in algebra, right? So you will write that okay, you didn't prepare that section well, so you failed in that area, right? So next time when you're going to again appear for that exam, maybe you need to go for extra coaching, right? That is the action item on that, right? Similarly, sprint retrospective is an inspect and adapt of the sprint, right? So in sprint retrospective, what happens? As I told you yesterday, I'm just going to summarize, right? What happens? The Scrum Master will facilitate and the entire team will come together, right? So they will create a board. So if the team is virtual, meaning all the team members are sitting across geographically distributed areas. So once when I was in COVID, I have team members in Pakistan, in Poland, in US, right? So everybody was at different places. So I used to create a board, and there was this wonderful. There was this one idea board. Okay, I'll show you that also to you. Okay, so there is this idea board. I don't know if it is still exit or not. Yeah, can you see? Okay, so I used to create a board using this. Okay, so this is an online platform. So see, it's beautiful, right? So create my own board. I'm showing you what I used to do really. Okay, so I was a Scrum Master at that time. So I don't directly become TPM. I served Scrum Master for some time, and then I became TPM. Okay, so create my own idea. Create my own idea board, right? So you will create like you can say that sprint, sprint to team Esther retro, right? Something like that. Okay, and description would be this retrospective. So in what format you want to? In three sections, right? Section will one will be right. What went well? Okay. Next, what didn't go well, right? And then action items. Fine. I'm not a robot. You have to do this and create. Can you see what happened? So it will create. Can you see like this? It will come. What didn't go well in action items only. Okay. I think we have to log in. Why didn't it create it? Okay. Okay. Three sections. What went well? I think if it is not coming, then we have to create an account here. What didn't go well? An action item. This is the action. This is the board like that. It will come. Okay. So suppose one person want to say, he can create and he can start writing. Okay. I get help from Kathy. Right. Appreciate. So this is real time, right? Then what didn't go well? Okay. Can't complete my user story. Everybody clear? Due to dependency on test data. Like that. An action item. Same thing. Clear? Got it? And then action. These are sticky notes. Okay. And the wonderful part of this is that you can even export it as a PDF. Okay. So these are different tools. Okay. So if you can go to the any company, they will use. I'm not saying this is the only thing. You will get many different tools. Miro is there. Okay. Fine. Okay. Next question is that okay, what do you do in Scrum? Yeah. So does manual testing? Okay. I'm coming back to interview questions now. Fine. So this can be asked. Now there can be some specific questions on sprint planning. Okay. So specific questions on sprint planning is how is it? What is your role in sprint? What's your role in sprint planning? Okay, I'll give answers for this also. So your answer should be that. Okay, your answer should be that I participate in sprint planning by first by understanding okay the entire story. Okay, when the sprint planning is going on, the scrum master is facilitating the event, right? So he first read out the ticket, right? Yesterday we saw right, what is the ticket, what is the user story. I understand the acceptance criteria, and then I try to understand the complexity of the user story. I try to understand the size of the ticket. I try to understand whether there are unknowns in the user story, right? And then on the basis of all of that, I tried to I tried to estimate the user story on the basis of the story point, right? Because story point is the way of estimating the user story, right? So story point is the way of estimating the user story, correct? So story point, I will estimate, and then they will ask, then they can ask further questions, right? So what is story point? Okay. So you can say that our Scrum Master is using some techniques like planning poker and all those things. I will do my estimation, okay, and based on that estimation, other teammates will also estimate, okay, and in case my estimation is very high or low, right, my Scrum Master will ask me my perception whether it is I have given this estimate. Then I will give my thoughts on that, right, why I have estimated high or low, And based on that, the entire team will again give their discussion, right? And my team will give inputs whether I'm giving high or low, and based on that we will collaborate. The entire team will collaborate again. Suppose I'm saying this user story is very high for me, the team will help me, right, in telling that, oh, it should not be. Suppose I'm fresher now, for example, who is that? Some, let me tell somebody's name. Okay, now for example, Kazim is telling that some user story is 8 story point for him, which means it's very complex for him, right? So Kazim is maybe fresher in some team. Then entire team will come and have the Kazim. No, 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 it should not be 8 story point, right? Because Kazim have just joined the team. He is a fresher. So for him, complexity is more. Yesterday, what did I tell you? Story point is the combination of story point depending on three things. First is complexity of the ticket, right? Understand? Always remember complexity. So never ever tell that story point is number of days. If you open your mouth like that in any interview, gone case. I have taken many interviews. I forgot to tell you in the introduction that I am also a part of many interviewing panels. I work with many interviewing companies. Interviewing companies, as in like there are few companies which are only taking interviews. Like I am interviewed.com, Risebird, right? Codeversa, Code Chavo, and all. So I'm a panel there. I do take a lot of interviews of automation developers, Java, full stack, Python, full stack, and all. So, I have taken interviews of even senior people. When I ask them what is story point, they say, ma'am, story point is days. One story point is one day. Right? So, what I have seen is that people of my years of experience, like 15, 16, right? Because when I started working in 2007, that time there was no agile. I'll tell you. Okay. We work in V model, waterfall model. Okay. At that time, their world was little simple. World started changing after 2013 and 14 only. Okay. Now it is altogether a different thing. Now there is Docker, Kubernetes, AWS, Azure, AI, what else? Right? Copilot, everything is there. So now that time little it was slow world. Okay. So that time the projects were still working on waterfall model, V model. Word was little simple. Okay. So people were still of that mindset that they still that time work was still estimated in days, right? Now, if I go and ask a builder in how many days you're going to complete building my house, right? Suppose I'm building my house in Bangalore. Okay, fine. If I ask him estimation in how many days you will build my house, so what he will say, Madam, I'm going to complete building your house in 6 months. 6 months project, right? Like that. Olden days means in 2007, 8, 9, like that. In other models, SDLC models like V model, waterfall models, okay, the estimation of work, okay, how much time this project will be completed, okay, how much time this website will be completed, how much time this application will be completed. They used to tell that it will take 1 year, okay. Time was estimated or effort was estimated in man days or hours, okay. But now in agile there is no concept of time in hours or days. Yes, great. Okay, so in any interview, if you are going, never say that one story point is 1 day, two story point is 2 day, never. Okay, so story point have nothing to do with the day. Okay, Kazim can say that. Okay, Kazim can say that for him, particular user story he can complete in a particular user story is 5 story point. I'm just saying one story is 5 story point. At the same time, same story, user story. Aishwarya, who's a senior lady in the same team, for the same user story, Aishwarya can take 2 story point. Try to understand this. How? Why? Why? Because Aishwarya, the senior, senior person. Okay, and this Kazim is a fresher. Okay, so for Kazim, the complexity is high, right? He just joined the team. So he needs some time, right? The complexity is high. Okay. And the size of the ticket will also be high, right? Correct. You'll do everything for the first time. And unknowns. Unknowns means he A lot of things. Risk means first time he's doing, right? That will also be high, correct? Okay. So what I'm trying to show you is that for the same user story, Kazim can estimate more story point and Ashwarya can estimate less story points. So this is the beauty of Agile. Complexity is measured by the user story, but it is measured by the person who is estimating it, not by Shalini. Okay? Complexity is measured. See, every user story, effort estimation is done by the user, not by the user story, right? Okay? Agile tells what is your effort estimation, your Salini's effort estimation, not the user stories. Okay? So you have to give your effort. Okay? Even senior people who are 15, 10 years of experience, they don't have understanding. They make mistakes in interviews. Okay? When they do these mistakes, they get rejected in interviews because this clearly shows their lack of experience in understanding agile concepts. Okay, so these are very basics, but very very fundamental. And if anybody is saying that they know agile, right, they should know all these things. But sadly, people don't understand all these things. Okay, they are just doing agile, but being agile is different. Okay, fine. So I think you understood this. Okay, and when you do the sprint planning, this thing can happen. Kajim can say it is 5, Ashwarya can say it is 2. And when that sprint planning is happening, then Ashwarya will tell Kazim that, hey, you can do like this, you can do like this. So Kazim will understand, oh, okay, okay, fine, fine, okay. Then again, second, third round, again, when the voting will happen, what will happen? Every team will vote and then they will come to 3 story point, right? So now on a mutual consensus, right, the entire team will vote for 3. Okay, yes, sure, I'll give you the note for story point again. Okay, did it have the definition of story point? So now you got it, right? This thing can be asked how the sprint planning is done. Okay, you have to tell like this. They can also ask you questions like, okay, that on what basis you will go and first you will decide what is the story point. So you can tell that initially when you're joining a team, right, you will ask your colleague how the story point are assigned. You will see some reference tickets, right, like how the story points are being done. So you will ask the scrum master. Okay, always in every team there will be some reference tickets, like this ticket is 1 story point, right? So this ticket is 2 story points. You'll get some ideas. Okay, being a fresher you will not get you will be they can ask you, okay, on what basis you are taking as 1 story point initially when you're joining the team, right? That time nobody is telling, right, this is 1 story point. So then you can tell that when I'll be joining the team at that time, I will definitely I will not be knowing, right, about the estimation thing and all. So I will be asking some of my seniors, okay, and some of my or you can I will be directly approaching to the scrum master, okay, and I will be learning what is the how they are doing the referencing, how they are creating the story points, right? For what, like one story point tickets I will see, 2 story points ticket I will see, right? So I will gather some idea like that. Okay, then I will learn, okay, what is the story point is, okay. Then I will slowly gather idea. Okay, this ticket is 1 story point, this ticket is 2 story point. That's how I will learn. Okay, this question can also be, okay, fine. So like that you have to. So these are some of the questions, guys, they will ask you. Okay, on sprint planning, they can ask you how the sprint planning happens in your team, what tools that do you use. Okay, you can say planning poker, the scrum master is, okay, is using, okay, and all these things. So planning poker is one kind of nothing, but it is a kind of a link. Okay, it's a kind of a tool which the scrum master uses. He will send one link, it will get generated, and he will send that link to all the team members. Every team members will vote on that you know on that particular user story, and that unanimously whatever each person will be getting, that number, it will be reflected on the screen. Okay, every person's name and their respective user story. Okay, Dilip Kumar, what elaborate on story point? Sure, I will elaborate. So story point is the combination, okay, of 1 minute. It is a combination of, I will write that again here. Story point is the combination of complexity, size of the work, and unknowns. Okay, so always remember that. Okay, story point is the combination of complexity of the of the user story. How complex is the user story, right? So if suppose if your user story is based on artificial intelligence, okay, then it is very complex, right? It's very complex, correct? So that means something very difficult you are going to do. So you will estimate it more. Size of the work, that is a very heavy work. Suppose now you have to do it for one full page, right? Some heavy UI work you are going to do or anything. I'm not just giving it a reference, okay? Then it will be, you will put more story point, right? Unknowns, lot of, suppose something you are going to do for the first time. So there will be lot of uncertainties in the work, right? So lot of unknowns, so you are going to put a lot of unknowns in that thing. Okay, that is unknowns. So that is story point. Fine. From interview point of view, from work point of view, also this is important. Okay. So I think I explained everything, and retrospective and review. I think you already got it right. So these are the things. And what else? Yeah. So this is the thing. Okay. Yeah. So idea boards you have already seen. Okay. And next, what? Okay, so next we are going to talk about how agile methodology helps in software testing. Okay, so we are going to talk about agile in software testing. Okay, agile in software testing. Okay, next question was again coming from Kazi. Does manual testing any advantages over automation? Yes, it have got lot of advantages over automation. Right, right. So yes, it have got lot of advantages. Okay, manual testing over automation, lot of advantages, right? What are the advantages, right? So suppose now I'm testing Mintra application. What is manual testing? First of all, what is manual testing? By your own hands, right? Suppose now if I'm testing this, what is this, suppose I'm testing this Mintra, right? If I'm testing Mintra in, okay, by what is testing of Mintra? Suppose I go to Mintra, right? I go to kids, okay, and I go to some dress, okay. I like this dress, right? And I add to bag, right? I choose some dress, I add to bag, I go added to bag, I go to bag, okay, and then I placed order, okay. I'm not able to log in now, right? And I does this, yes, correct. And I placed an order. For example, just assume that I placed an order. I got a order confirmation. I think everybody is doing some. I think all of you have placed some order. Yes or no? On the e-commerce side, somebody, all of you might have done that, right? So this is manual testing, right? Verify whether order have been placed or not. Correct. Now, what if I have placed the same order using Selenium? What if I do the same thing using Selenium script? How wonderful it will be! What if I place the same thing using Selenium script? It will be good or not? Great. That's what you guys are going to be in another 1.5 to 2 months, right? Yes. So what will it do? Suppose I'm washing clothes with my own hands. How is that? It will take time. What if I put my clothes in washing machine, sit back, relax, and I'm taking class now? By the time I finish my class at 10 o'clock, right? And my clothes would be already washed in washing machine. I just have to dry it out, right? So that is automation. Okay, now there is artificial intelligence also. Correct. What is artificial intelligence doing? Artificial intelligence is also automating your artificial intelligence is also automating your code also, right? You might have seen that many jobs are going due to artificial intelligence. Why? These HR jobs and all, right? I don't know if you have seen that. Correct? Correct. So that is AI. Okay, I'm not saying, I'm not scaring you away, but you might have seen that many junior developer jobs are going. What? AI is simply writing the code, right? You do not need to write the code. AI is writing the code, correct? So that is automation, correct? You do not need to write with your own hands. AI is doing the work. Okay. So that is automation. Okay. Where you're not. But now, guys, so what is automation? Automation is faster. Manual is takes time. Slow. Okay. Manual is slow. Automation is fast. Okay. Automation is fast. Fine. Now, guys. Okay. One more thing. Manual is error prone. Okay, now suppose I'm tired today, right? As I told, I am sick today. Okay, suppose I'm dizzy. Suppose now I'm driving a car. I'm not feeling well. Okay, what can happen? My concentration can get lost, right? Or I can execute a wrong script or not. I can do mistakes and I can execute some script wrongly or not if I'm having a bad headache or something. That can happen or not? Yes or no? Okay, so that is error prone. if you're not feeling well now, you might have heard of many aeroplane crashes where the pilot was tired. Okay, and you might have seen many reels on Instagram where the driver was sleepy and he took the car and get crashed. Okay, so manual testing is error prone if you are not feeling well. Suppose today I am not feeling well. Okay, I have taken many medicines. Okay, and I am not in that condition to run the class for 4 hours, so I am taking class only for 2.5 hours. But suppose if now uh, automated video was there, right? Video, if you play, it can run all night also, correct? So manual is error prone, automation is not. Okay. Next is what? Manual is, there are some advantages also. Okay. Manual does not takes time for training. Okay. So there it does not takes time for training. There is no training required for such manual things, right? You don't need to train time for people, just need to know the domain knowledge. Okay. On the other hand, contrary, okay, for your automation, you guys have to be trained. See, all of you are here for learning automation. See, now you're learning agile and all. That's a part of building up your knowledge for automation, right? Okay. But automation needs specific training. Okay. But automation needs investment. You are all investing money, okay, and time, right? So here manual doesn't need any setup, no tools required, okay, but automation needs time, needs setup, right? So these are some differences, okay. I hope that answers your question. You cannot do automation without manual testing. Okay, you any so one more thing, guys. Can you do automation? Can you directly automate any application? You cannot directly automate. Which type of application can be automated? Which type of automation, which kind of applications can you automate it? You can automate. This is one interview question, which is asked in interviews. You can automate only those applications which are stable. Okay, any application which is not stable, you cannot automate. Okay, and any application which you are automating, definitely you need to manually test that. Right? Definitely there are some ISTQB foundation last chapter. This is the last chapter definition, whatever I have put. If some of you are ISTQB certified, this is what it will be there. Okay. So definitely automation is now a boom, but you cannot underestimate manual testing. Okay. So this is the thing. Fine. So now go to our class. Okay, guys, and we will move ahead. Okay, and we'll move ahead with our next agenda, whatever is there. I hope till now whatever I taught is clear to all of you. Okay, next today we are going to see. This is our today. We will try to see how analyze. We will see how agile helps in software testing. Okay, how testing life cycle happens in agile projects and how agile fits in the testing ecosystem. Okay, so yesterday we did the basic of agile. Today we'll see how agile helping us. Okay, so we'll see that. Okay, so let me know if you have doubts and everything. Today I hope my pace is everything is good. Okay, and I already told you, right, what is the beauty of automation. Okay, automation comes into picture where you have to do regression testing. Okay, regression, regression. This I think told you or not yesterday. I take many webinars for many organizations. Okay, so suppose, okay, do you know this Alibaba? How many of you know about Alibaba? He's a big, very a big entrepreneur of China. Okay, so yeah, he is a big man in China. So he have said one thing that it is not who brings what to the market, but it is the one who brings fastest things to the market. Right now, Tata Sira have come to the market. How many of you have seen Tata Sira? Okay, do you like it? It's a huge vehicle, right? I saw it day before yesterday. It's a huge vehicle. Yes, it looks like Defender. Yes, yeah, but it's too big for 5 people, right? Yes, I liked it too, but it is too big for 5 people. Okay, so yes, they have given it absolutely very big vehicle, especially tires and everything are too big, right? And I'm very sure many people have already booked it, right? And it's amazing vehicle, right? So Tata have given up something very good to the market now. I think everybody they've now. I was asking that person in the showroom, what's the sale going on for this vehicle? Then the person was saying that it's amazing now. We are not able to even give people, the vehicle. There are too much bookings happening for this. Okay. And you know what? Because there are so many features in this vehicle. Why I'm telling this example? What is the point of telling you here in this testing, right? Because you guys need to know about all of these things because finally you're going to be in some projects, right? And you have to look at the bigger picture. Why? Because they're bringing something into the market which nobody has. Alibaba have told one thing, right? You should bring something faster into the market. So now you might have seen, guys, right, that every time Apple iPhone brings something into the market, right? Every September they come up with something, right? Okay. Now, next September also they will bring something into the market, right? Now there are competitors which are already competing with Apple iPhone or I don't know something, right? Instagram is there, WhatsApp is there, so many things are there, right? And who wins the race? The one who brings the things fastest. Now, how can you bring things fastest? In Agile, things are developing in 2 weeks, right? 2 weeks. Now the application is growing very fast, correct? Fine. Are you with me? So if the application is growing very fast, that means that test cases are also growing. Okay. So now if the test cases were 500 in January, then by December the test cases can become 2000. Yes or no? What are test cases? Test cases are nothing but they are validating the requirements. Test cases validate the requirements. That's it. Okay. So suppose if I have to release something to the market in 2 weeks and I have to do the regression testing for 1000 test cases. Okay, now if you don't understand regression testing, that's fine. I'll teach you what is regression testing. So just imagine that if I have to do the testing 1000 test cases in 2 weeks, how can I do the testing of 1000 test cases in 10 days? Is it possible to test 1000 test cases in 2 weeks by two testers? Can I do testing of 1000 test cases in 2 weeks by two people? Is it possible? No. Then how can I do that? Only if we have automated those 1000 test cases, right? So that is no, not by AI, Dilip Kumar. AI will not help. Okay, automation will help. Okay, that is why you all people are here to learn automation, and that is why there is a boom. There is a demand for automation developers in the market. Okay, as I told you, I'm a corporate trainer. I'm associated with not only with Simply Island, I teach for Edureka, I teach for Q Spiders, I teach for Star Agile, I teach for multiple platforms. Okay, I also teach directly with the corporate companies also. So I see lot of people are coming for learning automation, and I have seen learners coming from backgrounds like I have not taken your introduction. Okay, but when I take class, I do take introduction from learners also. So when I take introduction from learners, so they tell me that some of them they are coming from backgrounds like village panchayat, some of them they are dentist, some of them they are recruitment background, some of them they are from backgrounds like HR, some of them they are from fitness background. So you can imagine, right? People are coming from XYZ backgrounds. They're no way related to IT backgrounds, right? All of them they just want to learn automation and they want to start a career here. There is so much demand for automation. Okay, so why? Because we want to release things faster into the market. Because if things are getting released faster, people will use them, the revenue will increase, the product will get a good rapport into the market. Okay, and there is a brutal competition in between the products, right? And if you don't bring changes faster into the market, then you will not survive in today's world. You take any kind of product, right? You can see that a lot of changes are coming. If you're not bringing changes, you're gone. And that is why Agile is there to support that. And Agile supports automation. Both are related. I hope it makes sense today, much sense, right? Test cases is test case. Test case is nothing but It is a step of instructions which validate your requirement. Okay. So I'll show you what does a test case looks like. Don't worry about it. Okay. Just now understand that you're writing the testers write a test case to validate the requirement. I'll show you what a test case looks like. Okay. So I'll show you what a test case is. 1 minute. I think I have with me. Okay. So this is a test case. If you can see this. So this is how a test case looks like. Okay. So this is a test case. Okay. So this is a test case. This is test case means you're validating some requirement. So here I'm validating the login feature. Can you see? Verify login with valid username and password. So this I'm validating. Okay. Fine. And what are the steps to validate this? I'll show you. 1 minute. Let me just go to the. So this is a prerequisite that the user credentials are already there, right? And these are the steps. So how will you validate whether the user is able to log in? Like this, you will launch browser, okay, and then you will open the URL, some URL, right? You will enter the username and password, and then you will click on login button. Everybody saw that, right? How will you validate username and password? Please have a look at it. Okay, so these are the steps to validate this scenario, and these are the test data, meaning the username and password. And this is the expected result. So once if you enter the login button, the user should be successfully this one. And user should be successful. Yes, the test cases will have scenarios, okay, based on the functionality. Do we need to learn the test case? Regression testing means every time you get uh, every time you get a new build from the developer, right? What happens is that there are some previously existing functionality, right? Like suppose now you get a build with some new changes, like home page have got developed in this build, right? So the previously existing functionality was the login page, right? So what can happen is that the login page can be broken. It will not be working. That can happen. So what you will do a testing, quick testing on the new build to make sure that the old existing functionalities like login page is still working. So that kind of testing to make sure that the old changes, old working functionalities are still working in the new build is called as regression testing. So we do regression testing to make sure that any previously working functionalities are not broken due to the new changes in the new build. Okay, so that is regression testing. Okay, so what can happen, Shivani, every time is that whenever the build comes, right? What is build? Build is nothing but executable piece of software. Okay, whenever the developer gives a new build is nothing but a version, right? Whenever you open and get up, you see Instagram, right? New changes, a new build have come in the App Store or Play Store. That is a build, right? So what happens is that it contains new features, correct? So when the new features have come, it can happen that the old features can be broken. They might not be working. So what do the testers have to do? They have to test the older features, whether they're working or not. So that kind of testing is called as regression testing. Clear? So these are not a part of your course, but I'm still telling, okay? Okay, so what is Agile? Agile is a way of managing projects, especially software, by working in small chunks, getting frequent feedback and adapting fast when things change. Okay, and core ideas we have already talked about of Agile. We we focus on people over rigid processes. We focus on working software and all, right? And popular Agile frameworks we have talked about, right? So what is agile methodology? So agile methodology, if we have to talk about agile methodology, then agile methodology is basically it breaks works into small tasks, right? It prioritizes what brings the most value, right? We work in small cycles and we deliver something usable. We get the feedback and we improve the work in the next cycle, right? So this is all about the agile methodology. Okay, we are talking about this now. I'm just trying to open the PDF version. Just give me a sec, guys. Okay, so this is the agile methodology. Okay, so agile methodology is basically it's a project management methodology. Okay, and to it assists the software development teams in effectively dealing with dynamics and uncertainties, right? So why it says uncertainties? Because there can be sometimes, as I told you, that the customer can come back, right? And he can ask you that we want this to happen, right? We want this new requirement to come because our competitor have introduced this change. We want this thing to happen, right? So because of these things, it helps us to deal us with those kind of changes, right? So this is because of these things that we say that it helps us to deal with uncertainties, right? So there are certain reasons for choosing the agile software development and testing. Okay. So there are certain reasons because of which we choose the agile software development. And there those reasons as described are that first I'll talk about, then I'll give you the write up. Okay. So it reduces the technical depth, right? Why it reduces the technical depth? Because we develop the software in chunks, right? We do not do everything in at a time. Okay, we don't do everything in at a time. We don't do everything in time, because if you develop everything at a time, then it can happen that we are actually accumulating a lot of bugs, right? Suppose now if you are developing all the entire features at a time, right, it can happen that you may end up not making a lot of mistakes, right? And the customer will see them all the mistakes at a time. But if you are doing things part by part in increments, then you are getting a lot of feedback from the customer, right? Then you are getting a lot of feedback from the customers and from the product owner also, right? Because there is an event like sprint review where you are getting the feedback from the stakeholders, and then if you can actually improve all those mistakes in the next sprint, right? And because of that, there is an improvement happening, right? And it creates also actually total alignment and transparency. Transparency is always there, right? There is nothing like you are doing everything hidden. So like in Waterfall and V model, right? They say that we will do it, come after 5 6 months or 1 year, and then we will show you everything, right? Okay. So this is transparency here. Okay. And this is total transparency here. Okay. So this is the advantage of having the agile. Okay. Agile methodology, full transparency. Okay. Then what is another thing here? Commitment is there. Okay. Commitment means in every sprint, you are committing actually that we are committing on these user stories. Uh, we are actually building this feature work, right? And we will do this. We are actually estimating these story points as a team. We are coming collaborating, and we will do this, right? So as a team, we collaborate and we are committing all these story points. Okay. Next is actually creating total alignment and transparency that I told you, right? And then what is the next one as per your this thing is, yeah, these are the three things. Now let me give you the write up. Okay. This is a small write up only. Okay. So this is the small write up. Okay. So reduces technical debt means early testing, as I told you, and it leads to continuous improvement. Easy to adapt means short cycles and it leads to flexible planning. Alignment and transparency because there is a collaboration, visibility, and shared ownership. Okay. So this is all because of which it leads to. Okay. And example for it is as agile reduces technical debt. So what is technical debt? Okay. What is technical debt? Technical debt is because technical debt because suppose now if the team is not doing some process, right? For example, now if I have to explain you, there is suppose now unit testing. Okay, just understand, guys. Okay, now suppose unit testing is not happening. Okay, now everybody, please understand this. Okay, please understand this. For beginners, it will be little difficult. Now unit testing is there. Okay, so this is the first phase of testing. If unit testing is not being done by the developers, directly testers are testing it. Then some technical debt will happen, some bugs will be found in the application data, right? So if this is not happening, guys, then that means it will lead to technical debt. Technical debt means some process, if it is not happening, then we are going to accumulate some technical debt. Okay. That means that, see, suppose, guys, if you're not studying tomorrow today, you're going to accumulate some kind of debt on your studies, right? Tomorrow you're going to get poor marks or not. So this is technical debt. Okay. How agile will reduce it? How agile will reduce it? Because Here, development is happening in small, manageable increments. So problems are happening detected early, right? Continuous testing is happening. Okay, right? Every sprint includes some Scrum events like review and improvement. Okay, so let me give you elaborate this. Right up 1 minute. Please go through this. Let me take my mouse. Okay, please read this. Maybe this will help you to understand for those who are beginners. So this is about technical depth. Okay. Okay, some question asked if a task in the project spill over, how will work in short cycles will work? Anything if it is getting spill over, they need to do it later and they need to address it why it got spilled over. No, it will not move to backlog. Okay, Amol Jadhav. Work in short cycles will work. Work in short cycle, what it means is that sprints. Okay, short cycles, what it means is sprint. Short cycles means sprint. Sprint. Understood? Short cycles means sprints here. Okay. Okay, next one is agile is easy and adaptable to change. Okay. So this is agile is easy and adaptable to change. I already explained why it is so. Because if you get any feedback from the customer, we bring it in the next sprint, right? So this is about that. See this one? Example here. This is the main thing. Okay. So last one is about transparency. So it is about, you have seen that board, right? Jira board. How Scrum brings transparency, right? We can say using Jira board. So this is another thing. Please go through this, okay? Agile create total alignment and transparency. Okay. So this is using daily stand-up, using sprint planning, okay? So this is, guys, all about the first part. So this is the reasons for choosing agile software development and testing. And then there are some other reasons also. Agile software development and test minimize risks. Okay. And it brings high quality products and it also predict the delivery dates. These are some other things also. Okay. So agile software development and testing minimize risks. Okay. What does it mean is that work is delivered in small increments. Okay. Continuous testing actually detect the defects before they go into major failures. And since we do regular customer feedback, right, we prevent building the wrong product, right, and problems are fixed sprint by sprint, not at the end. Okay, so this is the agile software development, and that is how it minimize the risk. Okay, an example will be that if a payment feature fails security testing, right, so then we will fix that in the same sprint instead of testing it at the end. Correct? Okay. So this is one example. Clear? So let me put this for you. Okay. So this is the one. So agile software development and testing minimize risk. So what we're discussing now is how agile software development and testing, right? What is the advantage of using testing with agile software development? Okay. So the next we are going to discuss. Okay. Next is agile delivers a high quality product. Okay. As agile delivers a high quality product. So what is that? So Agile delivers a higher quality. Again, why it delivers a high quality product? See, guys, everything is related on. Okay, why? Because you're going to get you are going to you're going to get frequent feedback, right, from the customer. Retrospective, right? Automated testing goes hand in hand. Refactoring improves code maintenance. What is refactoring? Refactoring means the code refactoring, right? Whatever the code is getting refactored by the developers, okay? Even the refactoring happens for the automation scripts also, right? It maintains the code maintainability and performance, okay? So regression testing in every sprint ensures new features do not break the existing. So now you know what is regression testing, right? So regression testing is done every sprint to make sure that the new changes which are coming in the build are not impacting the older existing functionality. Okay, and that will actually help you to make sure that older changes, older things are not impacting. Okay, there is no mock test, guys. Okay, there is no mock test. Okay, next point is agile enables predict delivery dates. Okay, what is predicting delivery dates? Suppose if a team completes 20 story points sprint consistently, delivery timelines can be predicted reliably. Suppose now, now as I told, right, there is a sprint planning happening, correct? So sprint planning is happening now. If the team is doing, there are 5 people in a sprint, 5 people in a team, 5 people are doing suppose 30 story points, right? Okay. So now in the next sprint, they will take how much story points? They can take roughly 25 to 35 story points, plus minus, right? That's how Agile will enable to predict the delivery dates. Okay. And that is called as velocity. Okay. Fine. That is called as team sprint velocity. Okay. How much total story points the team can deliver. Okay. Five people are there. All of them, they can deliver 30 story points. That is called as velocity, team velocity. Fine. Okay. Please go through this. Okay. So agile quality assurance. Okay. So main aspect for agile quality assurance to remember are that the QA teams is cross-functional. Okay. So what is cross-functional? What do you mean by cross-functional? As I already told you, right? So what is the meaning of cross-functional? Cross-functional, as I already told you, cross-functional means that everybody knows what to do, right? Everybody knows what to do. What to do means every team member is equally skilled enough to know what the other person have to do, so that in absence of everybody, the team knows how to carry on each task, and they are not incapable enough. Okay. So the main aspects of Agile QA are that the QA team is cross-functional and self-organized. So in each sprint, the testers help define user stories, write test cases early, and execute test alongside development instead of waiting for a final testing phase. Okay. So this is the meaning of cross-functional also. Okay. So the main aspect of Agile QA are that the QA team is cross-functional and self-organized. Okay. And testing is continuous throughout the development. So testing happens parallelly through the development. So testers work closely with the developers. Why? Because in every sprint, both the things are happening parallel, right? So this is the meaning. I'll put this down here. So next we're going to discuss about agile testing principles. Okay, so what are agile testing principles? Agile testing principles means that the quality assurance team provides continuous input to the development team, ensuring defects and quality issues are identified earlier. How do the QA do that? QA will team will also be a part of backlog refinement, right? They will review the user stories and acceptance criteria before the development will begin. Okay, so that's how they will provide continuous input to the development team. Okay, and they will identify some defects and quality issues. Okay, development and business analysts also participate in testing and promoting shared responsibilities for quality. Okay, so how developers will participate in testing? So developers will do unit testing. I think I have not told you, right? Developers will do unit testing. How developers will do unit testing? Before they do, before they give their code to the testers also, they have to do one type of testing. Okay. I think most of the people might not be knowing. Okay. That is called as unit testing. For that unit or feature which they are developing, that is called as unit testing. Okay. So this is called as unit testing. First phase of testing which they do, that is called as unit testing. And that helps in achieving, actually, that is where they find lot of defects even before they give their build to the testers, right? That helps in finding lot of early defects. Okay, so let me give you these agile testing principles. Okay, we will discuss. So let me give the write up, and these examples are there, and that will help you to understand it one by one. Let first put the write up, and then I will. So one example is there. Okay, so this is the first one. This is the second one. Developers and business analysts also participate in testing. How developers participate in testing? They perform unit testing. Okay, as I told you, this is the only testing which is done by the developers. Now you will wonder what is this? They perform unit testing. So unit testing is the testing for that particular unit which they are doing. Okay, how do they do it? They write some automated test cases, and that's how they do. While business analysts validate the requirements through acceptance test. So business analysts are those people, right? BAs. They write some acceptance test, and that's how they do the validation. Okay, next, QA team resolves defects within the same iteration, right? This I have already told you. Within the same iteration, right? They do the testing. If any defects are found, they raise it through the Jira and all. And developers have to fix those defects in the same sprint. Okay. The bugs found during the sprint testings are fixed before the next sprint. Okay. So this helps in achieving quality. Okay. Minimal documentation is maintained. So this agile is not heavy documentation. We work on working software, less documentation. Okay. So test cases are derived directly from the user stories instead of long test documents. So here, like waterfall model and all, so here test cases are derived directly from the user stories. You see the user stories and you write test cases. Like in waterfall and all, we used to write test cases from the long documents. Okay, fine. Is this clear? Testing next. Testing is performed throughout the implementation process, not just at the end. Right? So what does this mean? Every sprint, the testing will be performed. This sprint testing is performed. This sprint testing is performed. Not like it will be performed at the end, right? Not like here the development went, the testing will be done here. Not like this. Testing happens parallelly all through the development. Understood? So regression and integration test on continuously as new features are added, right? So I hope everything is clear because I was talking already all through these points. Okay, and I'll give you 2 to 3 minutes to go through this. Okay, and if there is any confusion, please feel free to shoot out to me in the Q&A. Okay. Okay, so next we need to talk about the agile testing life cycle. Okay, so this is the sort of agenda or the kind of scope of my teaching or the scope of content of your learning for the next few more weekends. First, next, this is the second weekend, right? So 3 more weekends will be doing. So this, so I am going as per this content. Okay. So this is the agile. Okay. This is the Git, MySQL, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Angular, Cypress. Okay. So guys, this is all we need to learn. So last weekend, 8 hours we have given to Agile. Okay. And here you can see that this is the content. Okay. We have covered up pretty much. So guys, whatever I will be teaching will be as per this sheet. Okay. Content of as per the sheet. Okay. And I got one comment where I saw that one of the learners had mentioned that Kanban is not covered. So, guys, I will be focusing on teaching as per the scope of the content. You can see that there is no Kanban here. Okay, so if I am not teaching you anything, okay, so that is not a part of this content because the content have been made in such a way that only the topics which are mentioned, we have a period. Okay, if I also spoke with the manager, so if we need to extend the timings, we can extend to 2 more classes. 8 more hours will get extra. That is not an issue. So I have already discussed with them. Okay, and so this is the thing. Okay, so Kanban is not here, but I have discussed that Kanban is a type of one SDLC model. Okay, so this is first thing, guys. If I will be going as per the scope of the content. Okay, so this is first thing. So one guideline is that. So let me know if you have still any confusions. Okay, so content wise teaching. Okay, so this I am doing actually right from the first class only, and I will be giving you lots of examples. Okay, if you feel that examples are less for you to understand, let me know. Okay, then yeah, examples based. Okay, examples I will be taking a lot of examples because I think that is what most of the learners are beginner, right? And third thing will be right after every topic. Okay, I will be addressing your concerns. Yeah, definitely, I'm not going to look into those PDF that you can learn, read yourself. I'll be using a book to teach you. Okay, and then what is the next thing was that, yeah. So yeah, another one feedback which I received was that the training is not as per the quality. Okay, so that is little bit a vague description I found. So I was trying to interact with Bhumika also. So please let me know what is the term quality means. What are you expecting in terms of quality, right? So what is missing in terms of quality? Is it examples? Is it something? Give me some examples with reference to a topic which I taught, and it was lacking with an example. So just give me a with hint with an example what is the meaning of the quality that is missing. Okay, so this is how Jira looks like. Okay, and I think I have already shown you. So this is the project. Okay, so Panther is one project here. Okay, and you will see if any sprint is active. This active sprints right now there is no sprint active, so the board is empty. Otherwise, here you can see some tickets here, some user stories, okay? And you can see the backlog here. So I'm kind of revising whatever we did in the last weekend. So last weekend we have basically done about, we have read about agile methodology, right? We learned about how agile testing fits into agile methodology. We also learned about basic rules, okay, of agile, scrums. We learned about scrum ceremonies. Okay, we also learned about how sprint planning is done. We also learned about different interview questions also, which you asked me to do, right? So we did all of these things. So now here I'm going to, as per the content I'm going, okay. So here I'm going to talk about basically about some user stories, okay. So user stories also I have taught, okay. So now I'm going to talk about definition of ready, okay. So this is one concept, definition of ready for a user story. Okay, definition of ready. So it is in regards to a user story. So Jira access, if you get guys, you will get some 30 days free access for that user ID. I mean for that Gmail ID or whatever. After that, you can use another Gmail ID and try another free trial access. That way you can just use it. Okay. Like that, you can keep on extending it as many days as you want. Okay, now what is definition of ready? Okay. So definition of ready, right? As the name suggests, definition of ready is related to the user story. Okay. Now, for example, you are creating front-end application. Okay. Front-end application like a e-commerce application. Okay. Then for creating that application, right? What do you need? What do you need basically? So basically you need the work of development, right? Now, if some of you are not understanding, right? Any application if you are making, then it will need development for from two ends, front end and also back end. Okay, so what is front end? Front end is nothing but Java, like JavaScript. Okay, front end is nothing but the UI which you see, the visible UI which you see, right? That is front end. And front end development is done using tech stack like JavaScript. Okay, some framework like Angular or React. Okay, so I'm just talking about high level. Backend is on the other hand done using some other frameworks like Spring framework, okay, and all those things. Okay, now you cannot create front end first. Okay, so for front end to be done, back end should be done first. Okay, so this is a dependency for the front end. So for the UI developers to start their work, the backend should have been done first. Okay, backend means API should have been developed first. APIs. Okay, application programming interface. So I'm just talking on a very high level note. Okay, even if you're not understanding, just try to understand that there is a dependency. Okay, for the application to be worked. Now, if there is a ticket to create a login screen. Okay, this is a real time example I'm giving, which will make sense if you go and work in any company. Okay, then for login screen to be developed, the dependency is that login APIs should have been ready by the backend developers. Okay, and this is the definition of ready for that user story, front end user story. Okay, so what is definition of ready? It's like a checklist that tells that when a user story is ready to be worked on. Without, if this is okay, now all the front end tickets to be done. What is the definition of ready? Back end respective tickets should have been done. Make sense? Okay. So front end application, front end you can do only when the back end tickets have been done. You cannot go and create a front end for the login if the back end login API is not developed. Okay. So what is a definition of ready? Definition of ready is a checklist that tells the team that when a task or user story is ready to be worked on, right? In short, if a task meets the definition of ready, the developers can start the work without confusion or delays. Okay, and it's an agile concept. Okay, it's like a prerequisite. Suppose now you are going to cook your food, right? So what is the definition of ready? You should have the vegetables, you should have all the spices, you should have the oil, right? And if you do not have any one of these, can you start cooking, right? How does definition of ready helps? Because it avoids unclear requirements, right? If you just start working on that front end ticket and in between the sprint, if you realize that this is not ready, then it will be a ticket which cannot be finished in that sprint, right? So it makes the sprint planning smoother, right? It saves a lot of chaos later in the sprint. So definition of ready answers the question, do we have enough information to start? Suppose now Another example I'm telling you. Backend API means, so understand backend API means it's a, see, any application have two things. So people who are not able to understand, okay, this is a bigger topic. I cannot make you understand. Just understand that there is a front end which you see in the, through your, when you open your mobile, you see Instagram, right? Now, what are you seeing on your screen? This is Zoom, right? This is the front end. Okay. So this is the front end, what you see. But is that all? No, right? So, but behind also there is something called as backend. Okay, for every application there is a backend. Now for Swiggy, Zomato, Netflix, Prime Video, right? Every application have a front end and backend. You cannot develop the front end if the backend is not ready. I have just given you one real time example. Now, if it is too difficult for you to understand that, try to understand like this. You cannot write your test cases if the requirement document is not with you. So what is the definition of ready for you to write test cases? Requirement document should be there, right? Acceptance criteria should be clearly defined in the user story, right? Designs or input should be there in the ticket, right? So this is the definition of ready for you, the testers, to write the test cases. Okay. So leave that front end, back end if you're not able to understand. Okay. So for example, user story is create login page. Okay. If no designs are provided, no validation rules are there, no clarity on error messages, no acceptance criteria, can you take up this ticket? Example. This is the example. Is this ticket ready? Is this ticket ready? Answer is big no, right? It's not ready. Okay. So what it needs to be ready? Now I'm giving you another scenario. Okay. Now I am giving you another ticket. See this ticket. Is this ticket ready for you to write the test cases? Yes. So leave that front end, back end, right? So is this ticket ready? Yes, this ticket is ready for you to write your test cases. Okay. Okay, guys, fine. So now I will give you the definition since you have understood this. And now I will give you the, okay. So now definition of ready is a set of criteria or checklist that ensures a user story has all the required details before the team starts development. Okay. This is the definition. Okay. Testers can develop API. Yes, testers can develop. So guys, please don't go into API and all. Okay. API is application programming interface. I just took one example to make you understand. Don't get confused about API. Please leave the API. Okay. API is not the point of discussion now. I just took a topic and I think many people got confused. Okay. So leave that. Okay. If many people understood it, fine. They understand is fine. But my intent was to teach you or make you understand about definition of ready, which everybody understood. Right? So this is fine. Now I'm moving to definition of DOD, which is also called as definition of done. These are also important from interview point of view. Okay, so definition of done is something similar to definition of ready. Okay, and it is the ready was for making sure that you can start a ticket. Okay, and definition of done is something like how will you make sure, like on what grounds, okay, you can make sure that your story is completely finished. In other words, how do we know that your work is done? Right? You tomorrow, if you are saying that your story is completed, right? How will you say that your story is completed? Okay. See, suppose you say that, okay, I have finished my work. Okay. So you might say that, okay, I have done 2 pages of Hindi, 2 pages of mathematics, 3 pages of this, so I have finished my work. So that might be some rule which your teacher and you might have done, correct? So this definition of done is also created by the team, okay? Who defines this definition of done? No, Scrum Master doesn't define. Scrum Master have nothing to do with definition of done or definition of ready. It is the team who comes together and they create these two checklists. They are nothing but checklist items. Okay, neither the test manager. See, test manager, product manager, nobody have done. See, agile, what is the concept? The team works together. Team works as an agile unit. Team is the whole and soul unit which works together to define all these things. Who is test manager? There is no test manager concept in agile. Okay. Scrum master is just the facilitator and a servant leader who just is with the team. Okay. So it's the team who comes together. Maybe the Scrum Master will facilitate this discussion. Okay. So what do you want? What do you need? The team defines. Okay. So because I have done those certifications, okay, so this comes in exam also. In interview also they can ask you. If you say that my manager have defined this, maybe you can get rejected in that round. Simple. If I take an interview and if someone says that, okay, my manager have defined this, then I will understand that this guy have no knowledge in Scrum. Okay, he or his mindset is still the old legacy, old mindset. Okay, or he might be working in a team which is just doing agile, not being agile, right? I have seen organizations which where the team just come and open Jira and they do stand-ups, okay, and they just somehow show that they're working with agile and Jira, right? They are not actually following anything, okay? So that is different. But if you want to, yes, Abhishek, yeah, that is correct. So it happens, okay? That is the reality. Nobody, some of the organizations, they are very, very strict and they follow it also very well. Okay, they have their own TOs, this test agile center of excellence also there. Okay, so they do it in a very proper way also. There are some companies who don't take it for anything. Okay, it depends. We cannot do anything. Okay, so team comes together and they define how they are going to mark the story as a completed. Okay, so this is the definition. Now I'll give you some examples. Okay, so now for example, how will you make sure that the code which the developers are coding, right, and the testers are testing, right? Now in Agile, how we deliver? We deliver in a sprint. Suppose in one sprint, I'm delivering a login feature. Okay, login feature. When I say I'm delivering login feature means this entire functionality is going, right? When you go to the URL, you click on login, you're entering username and password, right? You're able to successfully go to the home page. Okay, you're creating this functionality. Now, how will you mark the story as done? Right? Definitely, you will say that, ma'am, acceptance criteria of the ticket should be done, right? Yeah, that is story related thing. But for definition of done is not for story. Must understand this. Definition of done is applicable for all the user stories. Okay, so this is another interview question. So I'll tell you later. So definition done is for applicable for all the user stories. Okay, so when will you consider a story or a task to be considered to be done? So I have some examples. I will consider a task to be done or a story to be done when code is completed, coding is completed, right? Code review is done, testing is completed, no critical bugs have been found there. Feature is working as expected, right? And it is deployed to the required environment if needed. Documentation, everything is updated. Okay? So this is something definition of done. Okay. Think about an exam. When you are done writing an exam, when you have finished writing all the answers of the question paper, right? If time is left, you review them also and you submit the paper and the teacher accepts it. After that, only you are done with exam, right? And you come out of the exam hall. What my example? Real time example. Okay. When will you say that I have completed my English or mathematics question paper? When you went to the exam hall, you write all the answers, whatever you know, then you reviewed them. Then when 3 hours got completed, you gave your question paper to the to that submitted the paper to whoever was there in that exam room. Teacher took that paper and you came out of successfully out of that exam hall, right? Just writing the answer sheet done, right, does not make sure that your exam is done, right? You have to do all this step by step. Then only your examination paper is done. Similarly, there are certain things, it's like a checklist, right? So, similarly, the checklist for user story, everything should be done. Then only user story will be accepted. Okay, just writing the answer, blah, 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 right? And throwing it there on the table and running out of the exam hall and jumping the wall. That way, the teacher is not going to accept the paper. He will just mark it as rude, right? Unprofessional behavior, this and that, and he will be suspended from the school also or college, whatever. So he have to follow everything, right? So this is one real-time example. Okay, and this is how exactly DoD works. So I'm giving you another example of DoD for your tickets. Okay, so this simple definition of DoD done. Okay, for you, for your user story. What it will be? It will be all these things. Okay, you see this. A task will be considered done when code is completed. Code review. Please go through this. All these things, if it is done for a user story, then only your user story will be done. Okay. So now finally, I'm going to give you the definition of done. Okay. Anything which you not understand, let me know. So if you ask me simply what is the definition of done, this will tell you, or this can answer you the question that how do we know that this work is done? So tomorrow, if you're going to work in any project or any team, you can ask me what is the definition of done. right? For this project. For definition done is for the all the user stories, is for all the tasks. It is not for a specific user story. So now you understand what's the difference between user story and between acceptance criteria and definition of done. Okay. Demo is a part of sprint ceremony, Jyoti. So we are not going to put here as a definition of done, right? Demo is a part of sprint review. All the Scrum reviews, Scrum ceremonies, we are not going to put in definition of done. Okay. This is something internal to the team. Any more further questions? So user story is nothing but it's a small requirement, right? Which you can complete within a sprint. So user story in Jira is actually used to describe what a user wants and why, and it is written in a simple format. I think I told you last time, right? Okay, so I will show you that. Okay, one practical thing on the Jira, and then we will move. Okay, so standard, most of the companies follow, guys, this format. So I'm once again revising this. Okay. Okay, so this format is followed. As a user, what kind of user I want, what you want, that will be the feature, so that what benefit you get out of it. Yeah, I will show you what is Jira. Okay, once again, I'll showcase you this. So guys, being a fresher or being a newcomer to Jira, do not have to know everything about it. So if you're new to Jira, you just have to be focused on this page. Okay, so this page you should know. Okay, on this page, what is there? This page you have board. Board means any act, okay, any active sprint will be there, right? Sprint you already know, right? It is a short iteration in which you deliver some working software. Okay, so if you are assigned some work here, your name will come here, right? So right now this is an unassigned ticket. So if I assign it, okay, if I assign it, for example, I assign it to myself, so my name is coming, right? Tomorrow, if you go and work in any company, if they assign 2, 3 tickets to you, so your name will come here. Okay, that's it. Okay, you will not be having many permissions. Only Scrum Master, a technical program manager, or project manager will have permissions. Okay, you will have permission to view this board to work on your ticket. Suppose this is your ticket, search feature. Okay, as a user, e-commerce user, I want to search some products so that I'm able to get my desired product, right? So there is the ticket. So here you can see that it is assigned to me, right? You can work on this, and there are different things, right? You can put the due date, on which date this ticket have to get completed. Suppose this ticket have to get completed by next Friday or next Wednesday, 21st. Okay, that much usage you should know. And then when you are going to start working on this, if you are a very good maintaining Jira hygiene, please put that. Suppose you're going to work on it from Monday onwards, right? So you can start working on it on Monday, right? So like this. And then story point estimate is very important. Every ticket should be story pointed. Okay, so these things will be done in sprint planning, right? And then being a tester, you can put comment every day here. Worked on this, on creating, right, manual script, right, for this feature. Okay, added here. You can attach the link. Okay, fine. So you can add comments here so that the entire world can see what you're doing. So Jira is all about transparency. They can see in history who have done what. See, Shweta Rawat updated the story point, updated the start date, due date, right? Everything will come here. Okay. So this is all what required from you being a standalone tester or developer or anybody, whoever it is, right? Second thing which you being a tester should be focusing is on backlog. This is very important here on the ticket which is assigned to you. You should know how to get comments onto it, and you should also know how to move it to a correct status, right? Let me show that. So this is a ticket. Now this is in to do. You have, once you start working on it, you have to move it in progress. Okay. Now, if you're a developer and you have done the coding, you have to put it for code review, then in review. Okay. Now, if this is blocked due to testing, then it will be blocked. In blocked, then directly you cannot move it to done, right? Again, it will be in progress because some remaining work was there. It have to move to progress. Finally, done. Right? So it is done. Once it is moved to done means done. See, it is moved to done, then it have come here. Can you see? And it have been striked out by the Jira. Fine. So this is very important for you. Okay. And this is what you have to do. That's it. Nothing more expectations. Second thing which you have to see is board. a backlog. This is the backlog. Click on it. If you click on it, you will get. So here, a couple of things I have already shown you last week also. Backlog here, you have 0 work items, right? So let us create one ticket here, and I'll show you it will come. So backlog is the place where all your requirements will be there. Usually, it is the duty of product owner to maintain this backlog. Okay. So here there is a create button. Can you see? Let us create one user story. Okay. So I'm creating a user story. Okay. So I'm creating a sample user story. Okay. So let us create. I've already created for login, right? Some other functionality. Just letting me think about. Okay. We can do it for user registration, right? As a new user, I want to register. Okay. So we can just say user registration. Summary should be very short and crisp. It should not be very huge. In bracket, you can say sign up. Okay, here you should not add a lot of things. In description, you have to do the same format, whatever I mentioned. As a user, I want what feature so that what benefit you get out of it, right? So as a new user, okay, what is the feature here? I want to register using my email and password. Okay, so this is the feature. I want to register using my email and password. Okay, so this is the feature. Okay, I'm writing the same word. What is the benefit? So that I can create my own account. Okay, so this is your user story. Is that okay? And then every user story will have an acceptance criteria also. So we can write an acceptance criteria. If this is done by a product owner, it's not a job. I'm just showing you so that you have an idea. If you go to the company, you get an idea. So acceptance criteria defines the rules to accept the story and this have to be kept in mind by the developer when he is developing and the tester when he is creating test cases and testing. Is that clear? I have already defined. So some acceptance criteria like user can enter email, name and password. The second, email must be unique. Okay, then password, suppose you're telling, must be minimum 8 unique characters. Okay, and then fourth one is success message to be shown after registration. Fine. So I'm not adding any negative criteria. Okay, you can add some negative criteria also. You can accept some negative criteria also. Fine. So guys, there can be a lot of things. Okay, I'm just adding few things. So is that clear? This is how you will write a user story and create. Right. So you can see that as soon as I created this user story, user registration and sign up, it came here. Fine. And what you can do is that you can see. Okay. Right. Like this, you can create user stories. When you create your own sample Jira, please you can create it. Okay. This is the format. Okay. Any examples? Sorry, any other questions? If you have, please shoot out to me, and then I will move on to Git. What do you say, guys? You just have to click on create, choose work type, story. Okay. And rest other things, I'll just put it up. Okay. I'm just putting this. So if you don't know, you can use this for reference. Right? And the material, inside material is here. You can use this. Summary, you have to provide this only. The heading and the description is this. So I hope this will be easy for you, right? What are the functions of Epic and Task? Epic is a big functionality which holds many user stories. Okay. And task is something which is not a functionality. Okay? Task is something like you have worked on the creation of test environment or you are working on the creation of test data. Okay? So these are non-feature related work, right? non-functionality related work. So any non-functionality related work, if you need to capture, where will you capture? You will capture it using the task. Okay, task have no relation with the epic or user story. Task is separate entity at all. It's a separate work item. Okay, but you can, I will put the link also, but I don't think so you will be able to access this link, because to access this link you will need my credentials, Jira credentials, which you will not be able to do that. Only I can access because this is linked to my Gmail ID. But even I have that, I have put it here. You won't be able to access this link. Okay. Linking the ticket to the task. A task is something different. I think if you're confused, we can create subtasks under a ticket. How to log a epic in Jira? Same thing, you can log an epic. Okay. You can create a epic, same thing here. Create, instead of story, you create an epic. Okay. And you can say that you're going to create this account functionality. Okay, so in description you can write, I'm going to put here all the tickets which will be used for the implementation of this account functionality. Okay, account means it will come login also, registration also, everything. Okay, so like this, you can click on create button, you will be able to create epic. So epic, like this, you can create task also. Okay, like this. Okay, fine. User story was the very was there as per the scope of this content. So I have shown you. Okay. Turnover request. So there is, I have not heard about turnover request, Sonia. I have heard yeah, Epic also we need description, right? You can say account functionality. Okay. Yes, everything will need description, cousin. Okay. Turnover request I have not heard of, Sonia. So I'm not sure about turnover request. Request, I know. Suppose a request is coming from some team, right? Or if it is a change request, okay, that will be a request. That also is a type of request, right? Change request. You want to add some new functionality to or some bug fixes there, right? For that a request have come. So all that will come in the request. Okay, you can create a request. So that is a request work type in Jira. Okay, request work type. Mostly you will see user stories, epic, bug, that's it, and mostly tasks. Okay, a request work type basically is for help, support, or service. Or it can be for change request if it is development team. Story needs to be epic to be added, correct? Yes. So if you create an epic, right, you can link it to that epic. So for example, here, let me create one account epic. Okay, I will not put body. Let me simply create one epic. Okay, just to show you how I'm linking. So suppose this is account functionality. Okay, so I'm not putting in anything in description. I'm just creating account functionality epic. So view this epic. Okay, it have no child work items, right? Now go back to your project again, backlog. Now this ticket is there, right? Scrum 2. Open link in new tab. So I want to add epic. Can you see add epic? So you can add this user story into some epic. Jira is telling you, right? So what you can do, click on this. I'm adding it to, so view all epics will come. So now in this, no epics is there, only one epic. You can add this to this epic. So see, it have gone to Scrum 3. Now if you go to this account functionality and refresh this page, you can see that one story have come here, user registration. Can you see? So this is how epics will hold all the user stories in real time. Okay, so now let me open Simplilearn. We will move on to now, guys, Git. Okay, next topic is Git. So I am opening because I need to open the lab, right? Okay, so meanwhile, this will be starting. I'm starting with Git. Okay, so what is Git? Okay, and why do we need Git? Okay, so I will just come up with some basic things, then only I'll talk about Git. Okay, so Git does not have any short form, first of all. Okay, and why the Git has been added initially? Because maybe a lot of people will be using sharing code, each other code, right? You'll be writing and you will be needing Git for it. So in real time, suppose think of example that you're writing a book, right? You're writing a book. Every day you're saving a copy of it, right? Today you've written something, right? So you have saved a copy. Tomorrow you have written something. Again you have saved a copy, right? Like that, you will keep writing it for 10 days, right? Every new day, a different version will be created, right? Finally, on 11th day, you have created the final version and you call it as book finally, right? So, suppose you want to go to the changes or you want to go to that version of a file which was there on 6th day and you want to bring it back, right? How it was on 6th day. How will you bring it back? Yeah, Madhav, yeah. I mean, using Git, we can do that, but I'm asking about the rest of the other people who don't have any idea about Git. So, how can you do that? If you do not have anything, can you remember on 6th day what you have done? By the time you reach 11th day, you already have made so many changes in that book. You cannot retrieve the Photoshop, or you can say, you take a picture of a child, right? When he's 5 year old, and you have a picture of that child in your gallery, right? Tomorrow, when the child have grown 10 years, 12 years old, right? You go back to Google Photos and you see a picture of him, right? Because you have a snapshot of that picture of that kid, right? In your right. So in your photos, right? But if you're writing a book all by yourself, and if you keep making changes right now and then, can you bring it back manually? It is not. It is not possible, right? So what I'm trying to make you understand is that it will be very confusing. You cannot do that in real time. If you write it on a on a manual notebook, or if you start writing on a Word document also, right? It is very difficult to save the versions. Now, same thing now. We work in a distributed environment where the teams are spread across different countries, right? So suppose now we have developers working in US, UK, Poland. And when I was working, yeah, I have worked with different teams, right? We worked with overlapping time zones, right? Like we start working, then the US team will be sleeping, right? When we sleep, they start working, right? So suppose we're working on a similar file. There is a file, okay, on which an Indian developer is working or Indian automation tester is working, and similar file, next tester starts overwriting or he starts making changes to it in his daytime in US. If we do not know who is doing what, which version is getting saved, right? Then how will you work? Tomorrow, if anything goes back, how will you go back to the previous version, right? So in order to save you from all that, Git is that tool, okay, which automatically saves the versions. It knows who have made what changes. It lets you go back to any previous version, and it allows many people to work together safely. Clear? So Git is a tool that tracks the changes in file over time. Simple. Okay. In olden days, there used to be only one main server. Okay, people all used to work on that. Okay. No, it will not be overwritten. Okay. Yeah. So suppose now there is one file. Okay. There is file called as xyz.doc. Okay. And people are working on this file. Okay. Two people are working on this file and they're working together. One person is making changes to this file. Okay. Another person is also making changes to this file. Right. Can they work together? If we do not know who is making what changes when they are making changes, right? And if one paper person's changes get lost, how will the other person blame each other, right? So all these things can happen. So it is very difficult. And now we have teams which are distributed, as I told, right? If you work in any project, you will get people working in different countries. Like here also, I think many people have joined from other countries also, right? Both are separate Pavan Rajavan, okay? You can integrate Git and Jira, but both are separate softwares. Okay. So Git is tool which help you to track the changes in files over time. Now, suppose I am working on a file and I commit to some changes in the file. Okay, it will track it. Okay, for this timestamp, this was the state of the file, and these are the changes I have put in the file. Okay, Yes, we will be practicing everything will be hands-on only in Git. Okay, it now no more everything will be hands-on. Nothing will be boring now. So Git is a tool that automatically saves version. It lets you know who make the changes. Okay, in simple definition, Git is a tool that takes the changes and file over time. Right? It's a tool. So it knows who is making what changes at what time, even seconds also. It just takes care. Okay, so you can have Git installed on your local also. Okay, and it will keep a copy of the project on your computer on your server. Okay, we can install Git on our local also. Okay, so why do we use Git? We use Git to track the code changes, work with the multiple developers. Okay, and if anything I told crashed, right, we can go back to the previous version. Okay, now suppose one developer, okay, he pushed the recent code of version 4, suppose. And because of pushing this code, pushing means committing. Committing means just merging that code, right, into the main project. The entire application crashed. Then what they will do? They will go back to the previous version, right? Because now the entire users are facing problem. So what Git will do? It will move, right? It will deploy this version. So Git is helpful there. Okay. So it will go back to older version, and it is a safe backup of code. Otherwise, now 50, 60, 100 employees are working right on a project. How will you manage code? This is very important. Please go through this. Take a minute. So this is the advantages of Git, you can say. Primary use of Git in testing process is all of these things. When you'll be writing automation script, you need to know in the automation script what code have got changed. You will be working in automation script with multiple developers, right? Multiple automation testers. Okay. You suppose you're designing a framework, you'll be working with some other people also, right? You would be avoid overwriting other people's code, can go back to older versions, right? Some of your script is, I think, pressing the entire some many test cases, right? Then we can go back to older versions, right? Same backup of the code. Okay, all of this. So same purpose for you also as a tester. Okay, basically related to code. Okay, suppose if I ask you to write your name on paper, right, and erase it and rewrite it, can you see the older version? And can you see who have erased it? Can you do that? No. But Git can let you know this. It does this automatically digitally. So now, how to see Git is installed? Okay, I'll show you all of that. So this is the command terminal. First, launch it. Come on this screen and put in chat if you have got this or not. Okay. I don't mind really anything, Ashika or anybody here. Okay, please, you can take me on funny note. Okay. The thing is that, you guys can ask me any question. Okay. And I understand because you guys have taken up this course basically for you to upskill and get somewhere, right? So I have many learners, right? And not only you guys, I take a lot of webinars, and there are many people who are really looking out desperately for jobs and all, right? So I really do feel for all of you. And see, it don't feel anything to ask question. You can ask me any silly question, okay? So you can ask any silly question also. If I don't know also, I'll tell I don't know, but I'll always come back with answers. Okay. Okay. The lab environment is currently in stopped state. Namrata cannot connect to the lab until. So if it is not starting, you terminate that instance and start the new instance. You will get used to it in few days. Okay. You are at the rat screen. Great. So you should be at that rat screen. You can call it this rat screen or whatever screen you want to give it a name. That's all upon you. Okay. So this is a screen. Okay. So you can see that this is a virtual machine. This is an Ubuntu machine. You can see the date somewhere afternoon timing. I don't know where is this being deployed somewhere in I don't know. It's an afternoon time there, right? So what you have to do? This is the terminal, okay, which we will be opening later. So another important thing about this screen is that you need to keep moving your cursor for some time. Otherwise this gets idle. All your efforts will get. So it's compulsory. It's nothing like compulsory, but we being the trainers, okay, we have to showcase things here. You can practice it wherever you want. Okay. So you know what is Git? Yeah. So Git is, you understood what is Git? Suppose now if I ask you to write your name on a paper, erase it, and then rewrite it. You cannot see the old version and you cannot see who changed it, right? Suppose you wrote your name as suppose something like John, right? And then you erase it, and after that you put it as something like as Shweta, right? Can you remember it first what was written, and then second you do not have any kind of proof, right? So you cannot you are actually not having any kind of tracking kind of thing, right? But Git can do this automatically without we taking any kind of headache. Okay, so now we will be actually working on installation of Git. Okay, and we do not need to install Git now. If you were working on your own laptops, I would have told you that we can go and install Git. Okay, so Git is like a camera. Okay, it takes always keeps taking pictures, snapshots. Okay, so now suppose I have saved this document till here, right? I'll go to file, I'll save it, and I am closing my laptop. So what Git will do, it will take a camera, kind of, it will take a snapshot of it. Version 3, right? So tomorrow if you're saying that there is a code, right? There is a ABC file, .java file. Okay, just let us take it a little bit technical. And here you have made some changes in the code, right? And you're pushing those changes into the main repo. What is repository? You don't have to get scared about these terms like repository. No, repository means project folder. Okay, repository means project folder. So if you're pushing some changes after making some changes in the code in this file, right? You're saving some changes, then Git will automatically will take a you know Git will automatically will take a kind of a version. Now we are going to actually doing the we will do the account setup. First, that is already created actually. Okay, Git is already installed in the in your lab. Okay, so that is already installed. I'll show you. Okay, next thing is that I'll show you again. Next thing is GitHub. Okay, so what is GitHub? Actually, there is a little bit difference between Git and GitHub. So Git is actually saving versions. Whatever you're doing locally on your system, it will always keep saving, right? So Git is something which you will install on your laptop and it will save whatever you're doing locally on your computer. It will track the code changes. Okay. But what if you're working with 10 different people, right? 15 different people. What will happen? Right? So for that purpose, we will be using GitHub. Okay. So GitHub is an online platform where the developers store, share, and collaborate on code using Git. Okay. So now I will ask everybody to create an account on GitHub. Fine. So GitHub is an online platform where developers store. So Git you will be installing on your everything is free, guys. Okay. So GitHub is an online platform where developers store, share, and collaborate all together, right? Suppose now I want to share my code. Okay. Right. Going forward, guys, I'll be sharing you all my Java Selenium code. How I'll be sharing? Like this. I'm showing you one example. Can you all look at it here? So this is my 1 minute. Demo Git here. Can you see this? This is my GitHub account. Can you see all of this? This is my, I think I'm already logged in, right? Can you see this? This is my GitHub. These are the repositories. Can you see repositories? I have created 12 repositories here. See, JavaScript code, HTML code is there, CSS code is there, okay, and foodie app, whatever, blah blah. HTML is the playwright code is there, okay. So these are repo. Repo means repositories. Okay, if I open, let me open one day Python. So Python code is also here. So see, NumPy, pandas, right? All of these. Can you see? Can you see? Commit. First commit 2 weeks ago. So this is coming from my laptop, which I developed on my laptop. From my laptop, I pushed this code to the GitHub. Why did I do this? So that I can share this code to my students, to my learners. What's the point of having code on my system, right? And here on this GitHub, people can even download this code and they can also start collaborating. Okay, they can also add few more files here. So I will be showing all this practically to all of you in this class. Now Agile was all theory. We will do all practicals. Okay, and you will also be doing practically. So you also need to go to GitHub and you need to create a GitHub account. So GitHub is like a Google Drive for code and teamwork tools. Okay. So why do learners use GitHub? So that they can store the projects online. Okay. So see, I have this code on my system also. This one, JavaScript. Okay. Suppose this is Playwright code. Okay. Playwright code. This code is there on my laptop also. Why I have it here? How do we create it? I'll show you now. Okay. So that I can share it with you. I can give you this link. Can you see this link up? This is on the cloud, right? This is on the cloud. I can share this link with all of you. You can download my code and you can use whatever I have created. See, you can download zip and you can collaborate to it. You can use my code, right? Great. So did you understand what is GitHub? First of all, please don't go too much deep into all other things. Did you understand what is GitHub? Okay. So think of you're creating a login project, right? So if you create the code only on your laptop gets tomorrow crashed or something code is lost or some thief came and stole my laptop, the code is lost or not. Make sense, right? But what if I have already checked my code from my laptop to the GitHub? Then even if my laptop got crashed or the thief have stolen my laptop, right? I give a damn because it's on the GitHub account. I go anywhere. I just log in. Just now I have logged into the GitHub I have shown you, right? Everything is safe. It's free. Git and GitHub both are free. Open source. We do not need to pay a fee to anything. Okay? You can access it from anywhere and can share a link with others. Okay? Okay, so now we will create a GitHub repository. Create an account on GitHub. Okay? Let's all do that. So for that, guys, I'm going to you please all go through your lab only. On the lab, if you can see, this applications are there. Here, internet is there, right? Google Chrome, open that. So just put your password. Okay, so here you can open GitHub. So it's very old GitHub. Okay, put here GitHub. Just put GitHub. So sign up for GitHub. Okay, like this. So please, you can continue with Google also if you have a Google account, or you can create a username password. Okay, I'll give you the steps, guys. If you want beautiful steps, I can create. Okay, so type github.com in your browser. On the top right corner, click sign up. You will log in through your Google email, or you can use a valid email. Put a strong password. Create a username. Username like I have created, right? Shweta demo git here. This is the username which will show up, guys. Like this. This is the username. This is my username. Shweta demo git. Okay. Choose a username like this. Okay. Or you can continue with Google. Okay. And please sign up. Create an account. I have already created it. Okay. And then some verify account will happen. Some captcha will go or something. You can create. Email verification happen. Okay. Like that. You have to choose a free plan. Okay. And then your account will be created. I'm putting all the steps, guys, for you. So it will ask you, are you a learner or a student? Something you can choose. I'm a learner. Okay. No need to add any this thing. Just keep basic things. Okay. How to create folder in GitHub and all. We are going very step by step. Gauri, please hold on. Okay. Let the learners first create an account. Then I will go to all these things. If I start telling all these things, yeah, we will need GitHub actually. That's why we need to create an account. If you do not remember your password, you can click on forget password and you can retrieve. Okay. So these are the exact steps for creating a GitHub account. Creating GitHub account. Okay. One time user activity. So guys, I'm moving ahead. Every details I have shared here. Okay. What is the email ID, right? The email address and password. Okay. Email address will be like this at gmail.com. Fine. Okay. So username must be unique. Fine. So this is something which you will get. Choose a plan which is select. Now create a sample repository. Okay. Now I think sign up is there, right? Go back. I think everybody have logged in, right? So now log in with your I'm just logging in. Oh, see authentication, some bug have also that have gone. So I'm entering the verification code 323. Right. So see here, can you see it have come here? Okay, can enlarge it. So for what you can do, can create a, can you see? Click on this plus icon, create a new repository and say that, just say that test git repository. Just create it, guys, just to see, okay? First repository creation. So this is description, just say for demo purpose only. Okay, fine. And then make it public only and just say create. Fine, just created, right? So test git repository is created. Now if you click on those three icons here, click on home. Right? So you can see all your repositories. You can click on show more. You can see test git repositories also here. For me, I have so many, so it is here. So this was setting up of GitHub account. Clear? So what is GitHub account? Now you know what is GitHub account. Okay. And we will upload some code here. We'll commit changes. We will do all that thing later. Now we created a GitHub account. Okay. And there is a difference between Git and GitHub. Git is on your local system. Okay. Now we will be actually installing the Git uh, locally. Okay. Here the Git is already installed on your lab. Okay. So how to check if Git is already installed? Okay. So please open up the terminal. So how to check, how to open up that terminal here? Go to, you can come here. See, if you click down, this is coming. Terminal emulator, right? Click on this, right? Type here git hyphen version and enter, right? So you can see that already the git is installed here and git version is 2.2.25.1. So using the command line you can see what command you will enter, git hyphen version. Okay, this is the code to check if git is already installed. Okay, check git is already installed. It's already installed. We do not need to install it. Okay, you will just type here and you will, what you will get, you will get some version. So here we got this version. Okay, and copy this. I'm putting the copy and I'm putting here. This is the output, right? If this is not installed, then you will get some, not, this software is not recognized that on your system. Can you please show again? Yes, I can show again. So go here. I'm closing this, guys, again. So there is, if you hover your mouse down, you will see this black color terminal emulator. This is the command line. Okay, this is the command line for your machine. Click on this. This will open up. Here you have to type git space hyphen version, enter. So git is already installed. Okay. So now we will see some practice. Okay, how to see how the git is tracking changes. We'll do some practical hands-on things. Okay, I'm writing this for you. Okay. Next thing we will do is that if git is installed, we will configure username and email. Okay, we'll connect to GitHub. We'll create your first repo. Okay, so now we need to tell the git who you are. Right now, this is git installed already on your system, right? I cannot see the terminal emulator. So terminal emulator is here. I'll show you one more time. Just a sec. Here it is, terminal emulator. This one. Can you see my mouse is forward, down, bottom, middle, center? Okay. So this is the second thing. Okay, second step here. Configuring Git username and email. So this is one-time setup. So this tells who you are, right? So we have to configure your name and email ID on the Git, right? How to do this? There are some commands which you need to take care of. Okay, I will not do this because it's already done from my side. Okay, you need to do it. So this is the command, guys, which you need to execute on your system. Please take care of this command. Git config -- global user.name your name. Okay, I'm not going to do it because for that account, it's already done. I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so you can directly paste it here. Command is git config global. Okay, so you just focus on whatever I'm teaching. User, okay, dot name, okay, and your name. Okay, your name. You need to put your name here. Okay, so what is your username? Okay, suppose your name is Rahul Sharma, so you will put your name Rahul Sharma. Okay, and then you need to actually set up your email ID also. Okay, so for setting up email ID, you need to put your user.email. Okay, and then you need to add your email ID. Here, which email ID will go? The same email ID with which you have created your GitHub account. Okay, email ID of GitHub. So this also you need to add. And I'm going to put it here. Okay, so this is an example. So this is an example. Right. Next, you have to configure your email ID. Step 3. This is very important. Fine. Any confusion? Let me know. Okay. This is the example. After this, you have to verify the configuration. Okay. How you will verify the configuration? Step 4, verifying the configuration by running this code. This I will run it. Okay. I'm running it on my this thing also. Verify config global list. Okay. I am not doing all of this because it's already done. Okay. So yeah. Oh, that old data is already erased, guys, from my machine. One more thing I would like to tell you guys about this sandbox environment is that I forgot to tell you, which might be little annoying. Okay, GitHub is not listed on the command. I only have the first line. I didn't understand Kazim that line, that question. GitHub is not listed on the command. GitHub will not be the command. Command is whatever I'm showing you on the screen. Git -- version. It starts always with Git, not with GitHub. Okay. Richard, is it username or my name? We are configuring your name only, whatever your. Okay. So guys, I'm configuring my username again here. So you can see what I'm putting. Okay. Now I'm putting my, so whatever you enter here in the machine will forget after 4-5 hours. Okay. So all your efforts will go waste. So don't get angry because I have taken one name. So your name. So my name is what, Shweta, right? Okay, fine. Okay. Next time I am configuring what? What I'm configuring my email ID, right? So what is my email ID? Rahul Bug 2308 @gmail.com. So you can see what I'm doing now. And no need to worry, you can do this later when you are free tomorrow. Okay. You just see what I'm doing now. Email. Okay. Because some of you will get. I have configured. Now I want to check whether everything, how many things have been done. So you can just do config list. Can you see? So now when I do git config global list, what it is giving? What it is giving? It is giving me the users. Okay. So git config user list means configuration is done successfully. Okay. So this is connection is done successfully. So if you're getting, if you've done properly, and if you're getting this output, that means configuration done successfully, right? So fine, that's fine. So by doing this, Git knows who you are. Okay. Now let's create a directory. The fun will start now. Okay. And this is done. Okay. Now whatever you do on your sandbox will know. Okay. Now I'm going back to the sandbox. And so I'm putting already in the my notebook everything I see. Tomorrow, if you go sit peacefully, this is the format. This is the command. Okay. This is a command. Understand? Okay. And this is the example. This is the command. This is the command. Okay. And this is the example. Okay. Understand how to read this book. Okay. And then tomorrow, do the same thing. Understand now the concepts. That's very important. Whatever I'm doing, just trying to do with me will leave you not understanding also, confusing also. Okay. Don't try to do those things together. I have given you one simple option. Please log in through your Gmail, which will capture and all. See, capture, you have to do it all by yourself. You have to see whatever is coming. Okay. And if that is a thing. Okay. And if there is anything which is stuck, please send a screenshot of that in the chat. Okay. I'll look into it. I'm not getting any pop up from you that, yeah, Ashika, no problem. Yeah. where I can find this file that you are creating. This file I will share at the end of the session. Okay, don't worry. Right now, please focus on the session. Understand the concepts. It is the first time for all of you. Git is very important. One DevOps concept. Okay, which you're learning today. So, guys, this is all about configuration we have done. Now, I want to proceed with GitHub commands, like how you will create a directory, how you will try to start tracking it. Right, all real-time concepts will come. Only Agile was theory, which was a little bit boring, and it have gone. Now everything will be we will be doing practically over the lab. Okay, and I'll be showing you, and you'll be doing it. Okay, you'll be seeing it at least. Okay, and maybe if you finish the concepts early, next, guys, we are now moving into the real time things. Okay, we are going to focus on Git file management. Okay, Git file management. We will see how the Git is used to track the changes on our file. As I told you, right, it is used to manage the files. Okay. So now, so for this, what we will do, few concepts you have to understand. I will be using the word repository. What is repository? So repository means we already created repository in GitHub. So again, I'm explaining it for everybody. So here now, just a folder where some code will be present. Tracked by the Git. That's true. Okay. So repo also some people say repo. Okay. Don't get confused. Okay. So now let's get started with hands-on. Okay, so for this, let's create a folder. Reconnect. You will see this message, then reconnect. Until it is reconnecting. What I'm going to do now, idea is to create a project. Okay. And then I'll create a folder. Then I will I'll tell that folder that you are under the Git control now by initializing it with Git. Okay. So for that, I will be using one command called as git init. Let me see if it have got open or not. See, this is the problem with Sandbox. Everybody will have problems, okay? Don't worry, even I get problems. So let me till then write. If you face problem like this, if it is not connecting, it is black screen or something like that, then you cannot do anything. You have to close this window. You have to come here. You have to stop the instance. Stop the instance, yes. Right? See, again, it is started. So let me now tell you what I'm going to do. Meanwhile, the theory part. Okay. So now basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a directory. Okay. So either you can create it directly. I'll show you how to create a directory directly inside the lab. I was about to show you that. Or you can do it using some command. Okay. So what is the command? These are the command. Okay. So what I'm going to do, creating a directory. And basically I'm telling Git, let's start tracking this folder and its files using Git. Okay. So what I'm doing, I'm telling the Git. Okay. I'm telling what? Telling Git what? Some guys are trying to tell you very basic things. Okay. As basic, as lame as I can get. Okay. So how can I do that? A couple of commands. So what are those commands? These are the commands. Make dir. So this is a command. Mkdir is a command. Yeah, so I'm explaining that only now, Sonia. Okay. Make dir my first project. So this will make a folder, make directory or folder. Okay. What is the folder name? My first project. CD means it will take you to that directory, change directory. Okay. If you want to change control of your, right? What is change directory? Sometimes you're in C drive, you take the mouse control to D drive, right? So that is change directory, CD. Now you're going to my must first project to that directory and you're initializing with git init. So what does git init do? What does git init do? After you do git init, right? It is no more a normal project folder, right? It became completely trackable folder using Git. Okay. So this folder is now a Git repository. So what happens after you do git init? So all these things happen. I'll show you practically. Meanwhile, so once you do git init, a hidden folder .git is created, and this folder actually stores all these things. I'll show you. Okay, and you should never delete .git or you will lose the git history. Okay, sometimes this is being asked in interviews. This is just for your information. Clear? So now I'll move. Okay, so you can see that RDP access have come. Now, can you see it is still not started? Wow. This is wonderful thing. Again, it is starting. So it will take my time. Can you see it is taking my time? So if it is already open for you, okay, you also cannot do anything. Wait, you have to wait. We cannot do much. We all have to wait. Finally, it has come up. Launching it. Okay, so I will show you how what happens. Okay. Okay, so guys, all you can do is click on this folder button. You can do this all this hands-on tomorrow. Okay, click on this. Fine. And once you click on this, you can get this open folder, right? Click on open folder, correct? And you can create a directory yourself also in documents. Either you can right click and you can create a folder. Okay, so you can create any folder. Like you can say, you know, tester git. Fine. You created this folder. Fine. Is this okay? Okay. So here from here, if you want to open the command prompt also, very possible. Just say from here CMD. It doesn't work like this. Okay. So go to this command line. Okay. Okay. So PWD, you are here. So you can go to CD documents. Okay. CD documents means it will take you to documents directory. There is no document. Okay. Okay. So okay, everything have been configured. Now we know what is the username, password, and all. So we have to, I think, put the correct mistake which I did was in terms of this is the spelling. Okay. So here just the spelling needs to be put proper. CD documents. CD document. D should be capital here. DOCUMENTS. Okay, so now you're in CD documents. Like this, you can go to the documents direct. Okay, so basic commands you need to understand. Okay, and then if you want to see what all folders files are there, you can just put ls. Ls. You can see whatever you have created is here. Okay, now I want to track all the changes happening in this directory. What I will do, I'll just initialize this directory to git init. Can you see here? So git init initialized empty git repository in home Shweta Rawat. Okay, it is same, right? So now if I go to this test git, so you can see that I think now this is empty. Okay. But if you go to view option and see hidden files, right? Okay. Okay, it will show you git.init. Right click on this. Okay, but here I'm not able to see, guys. Okay. View, but if you do it on your outside in your local desktop, you will be able to see the hidden files. Okay, so see, I clicked on read hidden files, it is not showing up. View is hidden files, it is not showing up. Okay, same thing I can show you in my outside directory. Okay, you can do it on your desktop. Okay, laptop, it will show you git.init. For you, hidden file is showing. Okay, I don't know, I cannot see. If it is showing, then fine. Okay, no problem. I cannot see it here. Maybe I don't know what. Oh yeah, it is showing. Can you see? It is showing. Yeah, it is showing here in documents. Oh, I did a mistake. Nobody told me about that mistake. What I did? Do you know what mistake I did? I did the mistake in command. Okay, I didn't move to that particular directory, right? I just initialized the entire documents directory. That's why this Git file got created in the that level only. Right. So 1 minute. Just let me go to the CD documents again. Do ls, right? Again, I have to do cd t, okay, test git. Now I have to do git init, okay? You have to go to that particular directory and do, okay, now if I come here, okay, guys, so let me just close this. Now if I go here, so that's why this file was created here. I'm going to delete this file because I do not need to initialize my documents, right? So this here, can you see in test git is created. And so this is the thing. Okay, so by doing this, what you are telling this directory, that whatever you're going to do in this directory, everything will be tracked. Is this clear to everyone? So I'm going back to my document. So hidden folder called git is created. If it is not visible to you, you can click on hidden. It will be shown. In Windows, it is not shown. That is why it is written hidden. Ubuntu, it is shown. Fine. So this folder will show all the commit history, branches, configure what is branches we will see later. Configuration, what is your okay, all this things. Never delete git dot or you will lose git history. Okay, now let us try to create one file here. Let us try to do certain things. Okay, let us try to create one file, do some operations on that file, and try to see some changes. Okay, how it is tracking the changes. So try to do that exercise here. Okay, so now what we would do is that we will create a file. Okay, how we will create a file? We can use the command. Okay, we'll create a file and we will use the command touch.notes. Okay, we'll use the command touch.notes. So this is the command with which you can create a text file within that directory. Okay, touch. So guys, these are basic Unix commands. If you're learning them, good for you. Okay, touch notes.txt. Right, go back here. That is the problem here. What you have opened, where you have opened. New thing, okay. You will get used to it. So terminal is here. You can see on the top, right? Okay. Yeah, this is, I think, the wrong one, which I did right. I can close it. This is the right one. So here, please create and paste the command. So you can see that one new file have got created. Can you see? Notes.txt empty file have got created. So this file will get open in Visual Studio Code automatically. Can you see? So Visual Studio Code is an editor. If you try to open any file, it will open in Visual Studio Code. Don't worry about it. Okay. This have got open. Fine. Now, after creating the file, what I'm going to do, I'm going to add some content into it. Okay. So how will you add content into it? Just go to this Visual Studio Code and write something it. This is my text file. For demo purpose, right? Okay. And then save it, Control S, and then just close this. Okay. Now, there are a few commands which will help you to understand. Okay. What is the status of different files in your Git folder? Okay. As soon as you save that changes, right? Git have actually saved a snapshot of it. So Git will try to add a snapshot of it. Okay. So how will it try to add a snapshot of it? By using the command git add notes.txt or whatever the file.txt. Okay. Fine. So now you have already created a file. Okay. Now you want to check so before adding into it, I would like you to know that you should check the status of the file. Get the status into the Git. What is the status of your Git, right? How many files are there? How many files are tracked? How many? So that you can know by using the command Git status. Can you see what Git is telling? Guys, please focus here. See this. What Git is telling? That there is one file where some changes have been added, but it is not tracked, right? Okay. So Git status, if you do, it will give you the status of the entire Git repository at that time. Clear? Okay. So Git status will tell you what is happening at that present moment in your Git repository. Okay. So what it is telling, you can go through it. That no commits yet, nothing have been commit. You are on the branch master. This is the default branch, main branch, and there is untracked file notes.txt, right? Nothing added. Use git add to track. So it is saying if you want to track this file, use git add command. Okay. So before this I go, I will let you know the git status command short definition. Git status. You created a file using this, you did git status, right? And what does git status will do? It will help you to see the current state of your git working directory. After this, what you will do next? Okay. So here you are seeing that the file is there, right? But it is not tracked yet, right? Here you are seeing that file is there, but it is not tracked. What it is saying? Use the git add command. Right? Do you understand? So what we will do next step? We'll add the file to git. Okay. Now we are checking the status. We check the status. We created the file. We check the status. Okay, one by one. Next, we will add file to the Git. We will start tracking it. Here comes the main role of Git, guys. Which command will do that? This command. So here, Git add the file name. Okay. In my case, what is the file name? Notes.txt, right? Any doubt, guys? Let me know. So what you will do to track the changes? Add file to the Git. Okay, so this was number 1. This was number 2. Number 3. Okay, so this you can add the file to the Git. So how you will add the file to the Git? Well, you will do that. What you will do? you will just do git add notes.txt. Okay, you will just do git add notes.txt. Okay, git add notes.txt. See, now if you do git status again, see, it is saying that one file have come in the staging area, but it is okay yet to be tracked. Correct? So something you have changed, right? So something you have changed now. Something is under tracking now. Okay. Before it was not under tracking, but now we're going to track it. Okay. So git add file name. If there are multiple files in a folder you want to commit, git add space dot. Okay. Okay. So one thing here also I want to add here is that so there is something called a staging area, and staging area is the middle step between the where your working files are editing and your commit history where your permanent is saved. Okay. So this is like a checkout, right? Where you buy your certain things and your stuffs are in the checkout, right? Before you buy them. Okay. So the working directory is there where you are editing files. When you do the git add, your files come to the staging area. Why am I telling you that? Because now you see that you have, it is saying that use this command, right? Git rm to on stage. That means this file have come now to the staging area. Okay. So now there is a working directory. Working directory, right, is nothing but this directory where I'm working, test kit. Okay. Now from here, the file have come to staging area. Staging area, right? And this is permanent commit area. Commit means where you're committing, right? Finally, you're moving your file here after all the changes. So from working directory, when you do git add, right, your file comes here, middle playground. Okay, now you will ask me why you need that. Okay, so this means that these are the files you have selected to include in the next commit. This is like a pre-preparation area, right? Okay, so this is the staging area. Okay, so why staging exists? It lets you know exactly what goes into a commit. Okay, suppose we are working on 6 7 files. Okay, and out of 6 files, only 2 are ready. So you will commit 2 only at the end of the day, and 3 will be in the staging one. Tomorrow you can work into. Fine, I'm giving you one diagram, commands with this thing I'm giving. So commands then fine, but understanding the concept. So working directory, you edit the files, then you do git add, right? Then you so this repository is GitHub. Please understand this. Okay, this is your Git or GitHub, anything. Okay, anything it can. For now, just yeah, fine, GitHub. Okay, so right now you can consider on Git. So repository means your final repository, GitHub. Okay, so finally committing the changes, you will put git commit. Okay, so now you are working on some file like node.txt that is in a working directory, right? Here, when you do git add, the file came in this middle area, which is staging area. Now, when you will, so this staging area is somewhere in the middle. Now, when you will commit the changes, that right, it is like something like what engagement before marriage, right, or something like this. When you are marrying, you're committing, right? So something like this, commit, fully committed, right? So you're pushing, you know that you're very sure, pushing your changes into the main, right? Something like that. Staging area is the middle area where you will push all your working files before committing. Okay. So I will put this information for all of you. Staging area. Working directory is the files you're editing. Okay. And staging area is the files you've selected to include in the next commit. So maybe if you want to remove also, you can remove. Suppose you want to remove some files, you can remove those. Okay. It is not necessary that you are going to put them, you're going to commit them. It is like an engagement which can be called off, right? Marriage is like full 100% commitment. Agreed? Demo I will show right now. Okay, demo already I'm showing here. We have done a git add, right? And I have added this file into the staging area. Right now, this file git note is in staging. Now I want to commit this file. What I will do to commit, I will use the command git commit. Okay, so to commit, what I will use the command git commit. So see, I'm committing the file git commit, and with commit you have to put one message. Okay, git commit. Okay, git commit my -m, and then you have to add some message. So I will say my first commit. Okay, my first commit. Okay, can you see? So one message is coming, root commit message, one file changed, one insertion. Now, if you do git status now, Okay, so it will show you one version. Everything is fine, right? So we have committed, okay, and there is nothing untracked. Everything is tracked. Okay, now suppose I want to push this code onto this. Again I'm facing some problem. Okay, now I want to push this code into the this local repository which I created before. Okay, this is the repository, which is the repository which I created before. Do you know that? My repositories. This was the one, right, which I created. So how I can do that? So guys, there are simple commands here. Can you see here? Using command line, I can just create. You can push an existing repository from the command line. Here, down. Can you see? Down code. Just copy this. Okay. And the code from my local there will be pushed into this. Okay. Let us do that. And this will be one end-to-end demonstration. Okay. And here, paste, hit enter. Next, you have to go and execute other things also. Control C, paste, and then last one, paste. So it is asking username. Okay, I can go here and get my username details. Username, I can come here. Username is right. Shweta demo git only. It should get connected. Password. There's some problem happening. Okay, username for HTTPS. This is the username. It's not getting connected. That's why it is throwing an error, guys. Okay. Invalid username or token password authentication is not supported. Okay. Let me look into this. It happens sometimes when we have to set up sometimes password also, tokens also. Okay. So I might have to do that. Okay. And this will be one time activity again. Okay. So we might have to use a personal access token. I think I have saved it, but since it is a new laptop, so it have gone. So what we will do is that not a problem. We will create some personal access tokens. Okay. So let us see this. We'll use this. Okay, if this works, fine. So I'm now moving on to this Git account here. So once it have worked, I think. Not sure why it is not working now. Okay, I'll just check it one more time, guys. So you do not need to buy it, guys. Everything. Use your mail ID. Okay, is it? We need to use your mail ID. Don't think so. We need to use. Okay, let me try. Mail ID. So it is showing invalidated. So what you have to do is, guys, you have to go to this settings. Can you see the settings? And in this, there will be developer settings. Okay, can you see? And there will be here personal access tokens. So the thing was that everything was set up for me in my old laptop. This is my new laptop. So can you see everything have gone? So now we have to create a token which is a classic. So this token have got expired on 18th December 2025, as you can see, right? So I need to create a new token here. Okay, so if anything is not working, so don't panic. So there are steps here. You can just go and rectify here. Okay, click on, I'll give you all the steps, don't worry. We have to generate a new token which is classic. Okay, so we have to generate a new token, classic. To give the this thing, few things are there, guys. Okay, 7 confirmation. So you have to new personal access token note. We can say my Git token new, something like that. Expiration is 30 days. Better give no expiration. Okay, because it will be there forever, right? So on this you can choose everything. access for everything it will have, right? Use everything basically. I don't know what is. There are a lot of things here. We do not need to worry about all these things. These are the permissions. Okay, where it is asking. Then generate token. So this you need to keep it very carefully. Make sure it is mentioned. Make sure to copy your personal access token. You won't be able to see it again, guys. Okay. Copy this and I'm please saving it very properly. Hiding it and sharing it. This is some random guy's character, okay? Don't have to worry about it. Just share it wherever you want. Just give it some name, okay? When you're saving, remember where you're saving it, okay? And save it properly, guys. Just remember this. I'm sharing this, share the screen also so that don't get confused, okay? So I'll share other steps also. This developer settings screen, okay? From where you will get screen like this. Before these steps also I'll share with all of you. Don't worry about it. And next step which you will be getting, okay, so this you will not see it again. You have to save it in Notepad or something. Let us see if we get this again. Again, I will try to push code. This time I will be using the token. Happen, I think. So this is same thing. My username is this same only. Well, I'm just copying this from here. And I will be entering the token this time. And let me see if it works. Oh yeah, this worked. Can you see? So this username password way, you can see that password authentication is not supported. Git operations, right? And you'll get a authentication failed. Okay. So how I have generated a token, you need to also generate the token like that. Okay. And you can see that successfully the things from my Ubuntu machine, oh, machine have got collapsed. No. The machine is this, right? Where is my, yeah, where is my, yeah. So from my machine, this uh, node.txt and this folder have got uploaded into the which repository? Which repository I was doing? Test Git repository, right? Let me click on this and show you whether the code is present or not. Can you see here? Code have come 12 minutes ago. I'll add the steps how to generate the token. Can you see, guys? From my local, my code is here. So now no code. Dummy, nothing is there. Forget about the code. We're just learning baby steps. Okay. So here notes.txt. You can open this also. Here, open this. So this is my text file for demo purpose. Okay, and you can see that no, this is my first commit. That message have come here, right, 13 minutes ago, and you can see everything basically. Okay, and there are so many things here. Basic things we are going to learn. As a information developer, you will be checking out, checking in, right, and all those things you'll be doing with this, right? How to create a personal access token? We don't have to use password. Okay, how to use? So before that, just a sec. Let me put this git commit, right? I was doing git commit and then I will put that 1 minute. It should be in flow. So this is the git commit, guys. Okay, this is the git commit I have done. In git commit I have done, right? So what I have done is that I already created a GitHub repository and I have pushed the code from the local to the GitHub, right? So this is the command I have done it. Okay, so this was the hands-on I have done. 1 minute. Let me copy paste it. So I'm putting it in the document so that systematically we have to go, right? So from local sharing to GitHub. This is the second thing we did. And so we already created, right? Local repository. And you know, right, from what all the commands I used. Okay, so this is the sample of command. Okay. So while doing this, you faced some error, right? But password and all. For that, I am attaching notes how to create personal access tokens. Okay, so everything I'm doing it. So Git is no longer allowing normal passwords. Okay, when you run the Git push, before they used to allow, now it is stopped. Always remember. So they now give this combination. You have to enter username plus pat. What is pat? Personal access token. Okay, and how you generate pat? This one. This is the step. Right. This screenshot I have put. And when you are pushing this code, right, after entering your username, right, when it is asking username, right, you will enter what I entered with a demo git, right? I entered this, right? Okay. Next, when it is asking for password for this, what you have to give? Token here. Remember that. You will not see anything on the screen, but after entering code token, just hit enter.
And that brings us to the end of this HTML fundamentals session. In this video, we explore the structure of HTML document, heading tags, text formatting tabs, tables, list, links, image paths, and the basic of form elements. We also understood how HTML works as a foundation of every web page and why it is important for web development and automation testing. The key takeaway is simple. HTML may look basic, but it is a core layer that helps browsers understand and display web content correctly. If you found this video helpful, make sure to like, share, and subscribe to Simplilearn for more sessions on HTML, CSS, JavaScript, web development, and others in demand tech skills. Thank you for watching. Until next time, keep learning with Simplilearn.